It is my pleasure to wish you a warm welcome to the Balkan Economic Forum 2024, the first high-level conference of the Balkans, which is organized with a purpose of creating a more sustainable impact on the promotion of economic growth, regional collaboration, peace and security throughout the Balkan countries. BEF 2024 Organizing Committee is more than sure that by the end of today's audience, consisting of respectable leaders from the Balkans and around the globe, the academics, students, and other prominent figures from the public and private sector, shall significantly contribute to meeting the BEF 2024 goal, which is to discuss and debate on issues related with the biggest economic challenges that need to be dealt with, but also overcome, with special focus on circular economy, climate resilience, challenges in boosting innovation and entrepreneurship, and last but not least important focus, clean energy. Being honored and privileged to welcome you all today and host you, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Sasha Kjosev, PhD and also President of the Balkan Economic Forum, to wish you a warm welcome. Mr. Kjosev.
Good morning, everyone. Dear representatives from the Government of the Republic of Croatia and the Croatian National Bank, dear Your Excellencies, ambassadors and representatives from the embassies here in Croatia, dear co-organizing partners, dear knowledge science partners, dear sponsors, supporters, dear colleagues, friends, dear guests, I would like to warmly welcome you to the Balkan Economic Forum 2024. With the Balkan Economic Forum 2024 annual conference, we continue our journey around the Balkans in order to spread the word that we need more enhanced, more developed regional cooperation and development in order to enhance and improve our abilities to move forward into the future that is much better for our citizens, for the citizens of our states. BEF 2024 annual conference is organized under the auspices and is co-financed by the Central European Initiative as a CEI flagship event for 2024. Our ultimate goal, the ultimate goal of the Balkan Economic Forum, is to become a regional platform where leaders from the Balkans and around the globe, respectable figures from the public and private sector, academics, students, media, and others share ideas and suggestions about the biggest economic challenges this region faces and this region needs to be resolved as soon as possible. We firmly believe that together we can build a brighter future for our region, for the Balkan region. I wish you all a productive and enthusiastic work and experience. Thank you all and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kjosev. What gives the Balkan Economic Forum Conference a true added value are its speakers and official supporters. Namely, this BEF 2024 is organized under the auspices of the Central European Initiative, which decided to assign this year's conference the qualification of the CEI flagship event for the year 2024. Therefore, I have the pleasure to invite you to give your attention to Ms. Zuzana Kirali, Deputy Secretary General of the Central European Initiative. Ms. Zuzana Kirali, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Central European Initiative, I would like to welcome you all. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today. I wish to start by thanking the organizers of the Balkan Economic Forum for their kind invitation, as well as for putting together such an interesting program. Your forum is quickly becoming an unmissable event to address the challenges of the Balkans in the economic domain, as well as to discuss on innovative solutions in this regard. The involvement of our organization in this initiative, also in terms of financial support, has increased accordingly. This proves that our membership, composed of both EU and non-EU countries, share a common view on the growing importance of this event, because strong economies in Southeastern Europe are fundamental. And when I say strong, I mean not only productive, but innovative, sustainable, and resilient. And all these aspects are included in the program of our today meeting, thus providing us with a clear picture of economies we want to build in Europe, not only in the Balkans: human-centric, respectful of environment, and interconnected across the borders. The Central European Initiative, the largest intergovernmental organization for regional cooperation in Europe, is ready to make its contribution towards these common priorities, since our main mission is to work towards the European integration and sustainable development. For more than 3 decades, in addition to offering a platform for diplomatic exchange, we have been supporting people-to-people contacts, knowledge transfer, and cross-border and regional projects in several areas of cooperation. And by doing so, we have developed a specific methodology which combines diplomacy, fund, program, and project management for the ultimate benefit of our countries and their citizens. Allow me to mention some projects and activities we have been promoting in the recent past and which are strongly linked to the topics under discussion today. Regarding the climate resilience, the Central European Initiative Secretariat has been collaborating with the UNESCO chair in the context of the project Resilience, enhancing the resilience to disasters for sustainable development. And Resilience has launched an expert platform aiming at strengthening territorial resilience to adverse events and critical situations in the context of complexity and systemic risk. Several high-level institutions have joined this expert platform, among which the Institute of Hydrometeorology and Seismology of Montenegro, the Institute of Earthquake Engineering in Skopje, and the Faculty of Civil Engineering of the University of Zagreb. On innovation and entrepreneurship, I wish to mention the support of the Central European Initiative to the recent Big Science Business Forum, which was held in Trieste in October. More than 1,000 delegates participated in the Big Science Business Forum, a pan-European business-oriented congress focused on high technology and innovation, with the aim to be the first meeting point between research infrastructures and industries in Europe. And it's also a unique opportunity for European organizations to get involved in business opportunities offered by big science organizations. Since 2024, we supported a large information campaign to raise the awareness of our member states' economic communities on the opportunities offered by big science organizations. Dear colleagues, these initiatives are meant to underline the integrative potential of diplomacy, policy dialogue, and regional projects. Regional cooperation is still a strong tool to address the economic challenges of the Balkans and urge their EU accession. To conclude, I encourage you to connect with us because our multilateral platform and tools for regional cooperation can be of help to kickstart joint projects and activities built around the common needs and priorities of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I wish you a fruitful and successful meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Kirali. In this official opening ceremony, the last but not the least to address the audience is Madam Zofia Nyonyos, Deputy Head of Mission from the Embassy of Hungary in Zagreb. Madam Nyonyos, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Deputy State Secretary, Mr. President, Madam Deputy Secretary General, Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to greet you at the Balkan Economic Forum 2024 conference, of which the Hungarian Embassy in Zagreb is a proud partner in the framework of the Hungarian presidency of the European Union. Let me express our thanks to Mr. Sasho Kiosev, for organizing today's event and for the support of Madam Zsuzsanna Király from the Central European Initiative. I would especially welcome and thank to Mr. László Bódis, Deputy State Secretary for Innovation of the Ministry of Culture and Innovation of Hungary, for being here today. As you may know, the Hungarian presidency of the European Union has 7 priority areas where we would like to enhance the cooperation of the member states during the second half of 2024. I would like to take this opportunity and give a brief introduction to those Hungarian priorities that are corresponding with the topic of today's conference, and I assume are the most important for its audience, namely competitiveness and enlargement policy. The adoption of the new European competitiveness deal is a key priority of the Hungarian presidency in order to restore European economic development and stability, as well as to create the condition for sustainable growth and promote green and digital transition. However, in today's mutually interconnected economies, the European goals can be reached only in close cooperation with our international partners, first and foremost with the neighboring regions of the European Union. Western Balkan countries, as the more advanced on their European path, are naturally our key partners in this process. The European Union has long been engaged in ensuring a European perspective for the Western Balkans, as the community cannot be complete without the accession of these countries. The region's integration benefits the EU in economic, security, and geopolitical terms. Hungary truly believes that enlargement will remain the most successful policy of the European Union, and we are dedicated to support the accession of the Western Balkan countries. The Hungarian presidency will continue to do its utmost to ensure that countries of the region can join the European Union as soon as possible. Having this in mind, during our presidency, an EU Western Balkans summit will take place, and we have invited our partners to consultations in the framework of the European political community on 7th of November in Budapest. We are also delighted that significant enlargement policy steps have been taken recently, such as the decision to start negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina and the intergovernmental conferences that took place with Montenegro and Albania. During our presidency, we aim to open Cluster 3, Competitiveness and Inclusive Growth, with Serbia, and to hold an intergovernmental conference with North Macedonia as well. The Hungarian presidency will also work on deepening of specific cooperation projects with the region, particularly to promote regional cooperation and economic prosperity. Our priority is to support the implementation of the Western Balkans Growth Facility. Hungary considers energy cooperation and connectivity as important elements of the integration of the Western Balkans. During our presidency, we are paying special attention to facilitating interconnections of energy systems, promoting energy transition and cooperation aimed at exploiting the green energy potential of the region. We are also keen to promote better connectivity, both by geographically extending European networks and by improving connectivity of the countries of the Western Balkans, and creating new intermodal hubs that will contribute to the economic development of the whole European continent. Interconnected energy and transport networks will contribute to improved trade and industrial production, thus increase the competitiveness and economic stability of our regions. We are happy that this year's BEF is organized in Zagreb and that the Embassy of Hungary could be part of it. And we very much hope that today's conference will open the ways for future cooperation of the participating experts and key actors of Central and Southeast Europe. Finally, let me wish you a valuable and fruitful discussions today, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Nyonyos. So, After this opening ceremony, the BEF 2024 is ready to start and roll out throughout the day. However, before we start with the official panel discussions, I would like to kindly ask you if you can join me on the stage so we can take a group photo for the BEF 2024. Thank you.
A sad druga tura koja nije uspjela. Idemo završeno.
Dokaz je tu.
You wanted to sit here.
Može vam, tako? Može?
Ok, 10:25. Sat vremena. So, I don't know. Hello? Like this? Okay. That's not. If you can just give me a hand. So, sorry for this small technical problem. So, good morning now from this seat. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you all to today's opening session on promoting circular economy, organized by the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. My name is Anja Arsova, and I'm honored to serve as your moderator for this critical conversation shaping our shared future. Currently, one of the most significant global discussions taking place focuses on tackling climate and environmental related challenges. And these discussions concern all spheres of our human activity, not only the industrial sphere, and addressing these pressing and urgent climate emergencies is our generation-defining task. So in order to accomplish that, the entire socioeconomic system must be transformed, hence the transition from the linear to a more circular and a regenerative economy is an absolute necessity. So we are speaking about the circular economy transition, a model that allows us to design, make, and use things within planetary boundaries. In order for this transition to happen, action is definitely needed at all levels from all stakeholders in all sectors. So this session will basically delve into how these principles are being applied in the Balkan region, a unique area with its own opportunities and challenges, obviously. And for that reason, we are very privileged to have here with us today very distinguished experts from the region, which I cannot really see from where I'm sitting. And each one of them bring a really diverse perspective, experience, and insights from various sectors. And together we will explore the strategies, policies, and innovations shaping the circular economy in the region. I'm very glad to have here with us today Mr. George Kremlis, our distinguished keynote speaker, who has been a leading voice in driving the circular economy forward. Mr. Kremlis has so many roles and he's involved into so many initiatives that I had to be really selective which ones I will present with you today. So he is a member of the board of the European Public Law Organization and director of its Climate and Circular Economy Institute. He is as well the ambassador of the EPLO in Bulgaria. He is currently the chair of the ESPO Convention and the Strategic Environmental Assessment Protocol within the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. He is also honorary director of the European Commission and until recently a special advisor to the Greek Prime Minister on the issues related to energy, climate, environment and circular economy. Now I'm moving on to my outstanding panel. Ms. Mariana Novak is a director at the Circular Economy Foundation. She is responsible for the data and the research behind the Circularity Gap report and the Circularity Gap Reporting Initiative, which I'm quite sure we are all well aware with, a leading global benchmark for circularity. Mariana has been working with multilateral institutions and different level governments around the world to develop and implement methodologies and protocols for measuring circularity. Mr. Vedat Suljic is the managing director of the Center for Economic, Technological and Environmental Development in Sarajevo. He is an accomplished consultant and policy expert with over 15 years of professional experience in the energy and environmental sectors. And Ms. Maria Dukovska-Pavlovska is an executive member of the board of directors and also a general manager of Maxtil AD Skopje. She's also the president of the Center for Circular Economy at the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. And I'm not sure that I introduced Ms. Males. I introduced her. I introduced her, right? No, sorry, I jumped you. I'm so sorry. And Ms. Ivana Males. She's a circular economy expert and co-founder of the Institute for Circular Economy in Slovakia and a council member of the European Environmental Bureau. So thank you all for being here today. And without further ado, let's start with our keynote speaker. So Mr. Kremlis, if you can kindly take the stage. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arsova, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be with you here today. I would like to thank the Balkan Economic Forum for the invitation and, of course, to thank the Chamber of North Macedonia for the panel in which I am the keynote speaker. Let me share with you some views on circular economy. We have only one planet. If we continue with the current production and consumption patterns, in 2040 and most likely in 2050, we will need 2 or 3 planets. Therefore, it is extremely important to promote the new economic model, namely the circular economy, which will enable us not only to boost the energy transition and reach climate neutrality by 2050, the goal of the Green Deal, but also the goal of the UN, but also to promote circular economy, as through circular economy we will reduce the environmental, climate, and energy footprint of all the activities currently carried out under the linear economy still prevailing model, and therefore save our planet. This is a climate diplomacy conference, and I like to use this term because we have energy diplomacy, we have environmental diplomacy, but we do not have climate diplomacy. So this conference gives us the opportunity to promote climate diplomacy. And climate diplomacy is not only to highlight the importance of the circular economy as the new narrative, the new economic model which will save our planet and which will ensure the sustainable development, thus providing a planet to the future generations in order to enable them to satisfy their own needs. But circular economy is extremely important because it will enable us to boost cooperation among the countries of the region. For circular economy to succeed, we need a bottom-up and a top-bottom process, and we also need social circular economy, which is extremely important, where the citizen will be in the center of this new concept that we need to develop. And I like to use the terms circular citizen, circular household, circular company, circular municipality, and of course, going up to all the levels of the governance, not only within our countries, from a circular municipality, not using anymore the word smart cities. We should use circular cities, as circular economy is the holistic, let's say, model, and going up to the government, and therefore requiring circular economy plans to be developed throughout the whole, let's say, vertical, but also horizontal axis, starting from environmental and social governance in the companies, of plans at the level, circular economy plans at the level of the municipalities, at the levels of the region where regions exist in some countries, and at the level, of course, of the member states. Now, just 2 words. Ms. Sarsova has referred to linear economy. Linear economy, very briefly, is take, make, dispose. A very short process where you extract the minerals, you extract the raw materials of the planet, and as you all know, we have a failure in critical raw materials in our region and in the European Union and in Europe in general. And critical raw materials are extremely important to boost the energy transition, as they are extremely important for storage, for renewable energy sources, for hydrogen, and for all the new technologies which will boost the energy transition and enable us to reach climate neutrality. So this model of the linear economy was a short-minded model, whereas circular economy looks into the whole cycle, tries to preserve the resources of the planet, and which are becoming more and more threatened by scarcity. I'm not referring only to the critical raw materials, but to other resources which the planet cannot anymore provide and which are not available in Europe. This is why the European Union has developed a new regulation for critical raw materials to enable us, through the circular economy, to recover and recycle products which contain critical raw materials and which are extremely important for our economy. Circular economy is not, as a few people believe, recycle waste and reuse wastewater. It is a holistic model. It is a model which refers to new sustainable production and consumption patterns, to products which will be produced through processes which will have the lowest possible environmental, climate and energy footprint, which will reuse resources recovered from other products through recycling or through reuse, which will have a longer life cycle, which can be repairable, and which at the end of their life do not become waste, but provide resources or secondary raw materials or secondary products for other products to be produced in an industrial symbiosis process, which is also extremely important. And circular economy is not only the production process, it is also a new concept which, when it comes to the companies, to the business sector, refer to the environmental and social governance, an acronym to which I add the word C, circular, environmental and social governance, to make it more holistic, as companies need to develop such plans, which are extremely important, not only for their branding to become green companies, but also to comply with the taxonomy regulation, a new regulation of the European Union, which is extremely important, and which defines which types of investments and products are considered to be green, and therefore can benefit from European Union financing, not only from the EU instruments, the various EU instruments, but also from EIB, EBRD, World Bank, and also from domestic banks financing, as domestic banking is now entering the ESG, and to provide the financing to companies requires often the company to be ESG or the project to be an ESG-driven project. Therefore, these are extremely important elements that we need to keep in mind. And of course, what is extremely important is to mainstream circular economy in all the other policies of the EU. Circular economy is part of the Green Deal. A lot of funds are dedicated to circular economy. It is one of the criteria of the taxonomy regulation, but in reality, circular economy should be further upgraded to govern the whole process. And we are happy that the Green Deal remains as such the priority of the European Union, and the Draghi report has confirmed the importance of the Green Deal and, of course, of circular economy being the driving economic model which needs to be promoted and supported financially. As the time I had is limited, I will conclude. We will have the possibility to have a fruitful discussion afterwards with the other panelists by saying that we need not only to support and become, in the context of this climate and circular economy diplomacy, ambassadors and the voices of circular economy, but this is something that we need to apply on a daily basis, not only in our way of living, in our households, in our entities, but also try to broaden this model beyond the European Union boundaries. But we, the European Union, are champions on promoting climate neutrality, on promoting circular economy. If this model is not promoted worldwide together with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, we will fail, as the environment and the planet has no borders, and as we all need to cooperate in order to be able to promote circular economy as the only economic model which will be able to save our planet. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kremlis, for your inspiring and very insightful speech, which I think set the ground for our discussion to follow. You mentioned very important issues like circular diplomacy, regional collaboration, the need to have the top-down and bottom-up approach, the wide stakeholder involvement. So I think all of these issues are very important, and some of them we will also discuss them during our panel discussion. Now, moving to the second section of our session, which is supposed to give us a bit of a flavor of what is the current stage and status of the circular economy implementation in the Balkan region. So, Ms. Males, I will open the panel with you. How would you evaluate the current government policies related to promoting circular economy? And in that regard, what are the primary regulatory barriers hindering or obstructing the adoption of circular economy policies?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Well, a few years ago, we did an analysis with the European Environmental Bureau regarding circular economy in the Balkan region. And since then, I can see this region moving a bit forward towards more circular economy, but still, I have to mention that it's more about the strategy and creating roadmaps. We know that Serbia, Montenegro has a roadmap, North Macedonia has a document that is kind of a roadmap for the circular economy or the transition towards circular economy. But we all know that we all started like this, giving this idea to our policy makers or to the business sector or even the NGO. And what actually is the next that has to be done now is address more the legislation towards circular economy and start a bit of like running business models on these principles, because this is something that we are missing in the Balkan region. Legislation, business has to come together, so we need to put all the stakeholders around one round table to talk and to say what could be done next, because as we all know, because Slovakia also has a circular economy strategy and has a roadmap, and our priorities are in build sector, in bio-waste, and or the whole organic actually circle. And we know that in these sectors we have done pretty much, and we reached some goals. But what we are missing are the economic tools, or developing different economic tools like different taxes or something like this. And we have been in this process for about 10 years now, and we know it's a long way, but it's definitely worth it. So I think the most important thing is now to really put the rules on how to actually do the transition towards circular economy in the region.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Novak, in a nutshell, The conclusions from the latest circularity gap report from 2024 were not so optimistic, and I quote, "The circular economy seems to be gaining popularity but falling short on action." So, and while the circular economy as a concept was more talked about, it reached a megatrend status. On the practical side, the actual global circularity rate is actually in decline instead of growing on a global level, and the consumption continues to accelerate rapidly in parallel. So what's your view on that? What are the biggest concerns, environmental, but not only, which will emerge from the slow adoption of the circular economy, which appears to be the case on a global level? I repeat. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the Circularity Gap report says that global circularity is in decline. And we've seen as well that implementing circular strategies can help to reduce the material footprint of the world by over 1/3 and also bring climate change back into the 2-degree level. And I suppose my major concern that even though this is a promising solution is just the time it will take to implement. So a lot of climate goals and strategies talk about net zero by 2030, maybe 2050, which is really only a few years away. And there are just a lot of practicalities that need to be considered. If we think about all the linear infrastructure that's already in place, and I mean policies that are already existing that need to be reversed, or new policies being written that incentivize linear behavior. There's also financing mechanisms that need to be deployed to circular economy and new ways of doing this that need to still be explored. So just doing that will take so much time, never mind the environmental impacts of waiting. And of course, everyone who's already in education at the moment or learning something in the workplace is learning perhaps a linear way of doing something instead of what could be potentially a circular skill or something towards a circular business model. And that's not even to mention the physical infrastructure that is being built or exists that needs to also be either renovated or reversed, and all of the consumables and products and durable goods that are becoming part of our stock and part of our landfills. So that, I guess, comes into the environmental aspect, where as we continue to increase our consumption, landfills are also increasing, and with that, the emissions associated and the methanes associated. And as we continue across all spheres of production, so from agriculture, where we're depleting carbon storage in the soil, deforestation, which is leading to, again, a massive eruption of carbon in the atmosphere and loss of biodiversity. It's all very difficult to reverse this. Even if we plant new forests and new timber plantations where we're deforesting, those plantations are not at all comparable in terms of the richness of the soil and the microbial health and the animals and all the ecosystem that resides in old forests. Of course, energy and critical raw materials is also a big area of the climate transition, and actually it looks maybe as if we are making good progress here. If you look at wind power, it's very cheap now to implement per kilowatt hour. But interestingly, the mineral use for wind is 4 to 5 times what it is for coal and oil and gas. And that's all critical raw materials that need to be deployed and then are then local, but maybe not available for reuse again in the local energy infrastructure. Same with electric vehicles. The electric vehicle market is getting bigger and bigger. In Europe, it's now about 20% on average of all of the whole vehicle market. And here, a conventional car versus an electric car. Well, an electric car uses about 10 times more critical raw materials than a conventional car. I think in the region as well, in Serbia and in Croatia, there's some work being done to be a producer, manufacturer of electric vehicles and the lithium batteries, but maybe there's going to be a problem then if we have the shortage of lithium. So maybe it becomes an opportunity to think about how to handle it. And then my last point would be about the cycling, concerns about the cycling and the way cycling is being approached. So currently, a lot of the technology and innovation is around end-of-pipe solution. So we take, for instance, our existing plastic bottles, our existing demolition waste, and we think of a solution to bring that back into the system. But that solution typically also has one lifespan, 2 lifespans. So plastic bottles become a fiber, which becomes, say, a clothing, but then that clothing, in most instances, becomes incinerated or landfilled. So we're not thinking upstream for how to bring products continuously through or make them durable and disassemblable. Construction waste as well. Once we take it apart, yes, it's much is recovered, but typically only to be backfilled into roads or used as a filling. So we're not thinking top of the pipe for how we can increase the cycling in a much bigger capacity. So in conclusion, we need to do everything a little bit faster and think a bit bigger in terms of the system, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Sulic, I'm coming to you. So I know that you authored the operational plan for circular economy in the Western Balkans for the Regional Cooperation Council, and you did a lot of work on that. So what is the status of circular economy in the Western Balkan region on the adoption of circular economy, and what are the sectors or industries that are considered as the greatest opportunity or the competitive advantage of the region, and how we are thinking to prioritize them in order to get the best we can get from them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, big thanks to Sasha and his crew for having us here, and it's quite rare to have circular economy as a first topic on events like this, so it's quite brave, and congrats on that. How do I look at before starting to respond on this question? So when you look all the panels we have here, circular economy, innovation, climate and energy, the common denominator for all of them is competitiveness. So these two, when I'm now switching to circular economy, how do I approach it is a matter of competitiveness of the company. So we have done a lot of analysis, not just in the Western Balkans, but also beyond, on the readiness and acceptance of circular economy. And when you approach the companies with the environmental protection label of the circular economy, you get a big resistance. So as a matter of fact, circular economy is just a tool to achieve long-term competitiveness so that you are able to create and sustain value in the long run. And the environmental benefits of it, I would say, are a bonus effect of it. And when you look at the figures, for instance, on the level of awareness on circular economy in the Western Balkans, is 77% of the people are unaware of the concept. So it's a huge number, so which is driven by many factors. For instance, unfortunately, most of the countries in the Western Balkans, we don't have infrastructure for basic separation of waste, even though waste recycling is at the far end of circular economy. So, but we don't still have these kind of infrastructure. So infrastructure we have to have in place in order to at least start with the most basic things like recycling. Another thing is strategic orientation towards circular economy. All of the Western Balkan countries have developed so far roadmaps for circular economy. Only Bosnia and Herzegovina hasn't published it, neither adopted it, so all of the others have. So it's a big, I would say, an important step towards a systematic approach on circular economy. As it has been said by my previous colleagues here, it's a holistic approach, so it's not just one sector, and focuses from the citizens down to industry, public authorities, etc. Also, there is a fact that every fourth company is willing to go into the transition of circular economy if they get incentivized, if there are grants provided. And this is something which is, in my personal view, also linked to the lack of understanding of the circular economy as something I must do, is an obligation from Brussels and so on. It's not actually. It's actually just another factor which is affecting, as I said, the competitiveness of the business itself. So, but definitely incentives, especially in the Western Balkans, are important because there is a lot of old technology, but also mismatch of know-how and so on. So we still need a huge amount of incentives to kickstart on a wide scale. Coming to sectors, so I actually mentioned waste management as one of the sectors which is in the focus in terms of circular economy in the Western Balkans, but also, for instance, textile industry and in general fashion industry, which is now fast fashion, so it's a lot of production. And we've recently done for Bosnia and Herzegovina an analysis that 25% of the waste in the textile industry is being landfilled. So textile waste is quite a valuable resource, so you can use it for many purposes, including incineration, which is not the best one, of course, but at least you can use it for this, so to produce energy out of it. So there is a huge potential in textile industry and also in the construction industry and consumables, so different appliances and so on. So these are the sectors which generate a lot of products and consequently a lot of waste.
Thank you. Ms. Dukovska-Pavlovska, you're the voice of the industry and the businesses in today's panel. So in that respect, what is the current situation from a business perspective in terms of transitioning towards a more circular business model? Like, in particularly, what are the challenges, the main challenges that businesses are facing when trying to adopt circular economy practices, particularly in the steel industry, because Max Steel is operating in that specific area? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting me to this panel, because I think that, yeah, all these policies are something that will directly influence us, and we should be partners in creating all the things together with the NGOs, together with the government, in order to create something that will be also applicable in the business sector and sustainable on a long run. Why steel industry? It's very interesting why steel industry is interesting for a circular economy. Because we are circular economy exactly how it was explained before by our key speaker, Mr. Kremlis. Exactly, we are using our input in the production. It's not something that we are not using natural resources. We are using only scrap metal. And our byproducts from production, they are used in another industry. So as a steel industry, we are producing, or we are having less than 2% of a waste. So we are not really creating waste. And this is one system where, through which we can really explain circular economy. Exactly, the input is scrap metal. The output is input for other industries. What we are facing when talking from a business side, what we are facing when working like this. First of all is the awareness of the government, awareness of the people, awareness of the community, because everybody thinks like, okay, steel industry, they are polluters, they are not, it's not something that is sustainable, they are polluting the air, using natural resources, etc., etc. So the awareness about it is a key thing to understand and to have mutual cooperation with the NGOs and the government. What we are facing? We are facing different legislation. Our scrap metal that we are using in most of the European countries is treated like a raw material. Still, in the Balkan countries, is treated like waste. So, for importing our basic raw material, we need a lot of licenses. Not only us, but also licenses from the suppliers that are supplying to us. In addition to this, if there should be transit through some other country, additional documents are needed, additional approvals are needed from different ministries. So this is, how to say, so that's why this kind of initiatives should be on a more broader level, on a regional level, align it with the European legislation. In addition to this, when it comes to a circular economy, a lot of different things, a lot of different topics for the industry are regulated by different ministries. So for one thing, we are going to the Ministry of Environment. For the other thing, we are going to the Ministry of Economy. To the third one, we are going, I assume maybe it's more or less similar everywhere. So if we want to have something in one place, it's not so possible. Through the North Macedonian Chamber of Commerce, we established this Committee for Circular Economy in order to make it easier for the business sector to have everything in one place, to drive this communication with the government and with the support of the NGOs, in order companies and the business sector to have everything in one place. In addition to this, I think that somebody mentioned also financial incentives. I think that the governments and the policymakers are not doing any financial incentives for the business sector if they are in this circle of circular economy. If they are selling the byproducts, if they are not using the natural resources. Not only legislation, but also enforcement of this legislation to enforce the other company, because some of our byproducts, we are still having them, let's say, on a stock. Some of them can be used for a road, for a construction of road, and it's a very sold material. But no, the construction companies, the building companies, they are using natural resources instead of using our byproducts. And there are no legislation that is promoting this and giving some incentives about circular economy. Thank you.
So now we're moving to the second round of questions, which is supposed to cover a bit of the prospects and what's next and how we can solve all the issues and challenges that we covered. Mr. Stojic, I will start from you. So how we can ensure that the circular economy efforts in the Western Balkans align with the broader EU and global sustainability goals, like the EU Green Deal, the Green Agenda, or the EU Climate Law, SDGs? Because we do need some sort of alignment and a unified narrative that we're all going in the same direction. I think obviously taking into consideration the particularities of each territory, but we do need a degree of alignment. How we can achieve that? Thank you.
That's a $1 million question. I will try to be brief because it's a really a very difficult question to respond swiftly. So we have a tendency in the Balkans that we just copy-paste legislation from mostly neighboring countries like Croatia or else, which sometimes can be a solution but not a rule. So definitely the Western Balkans have to find inspiration, I would say, in the legislation which is actually directives which are in place in the EU specifically, and the circular economy package, and also the EU climate law. So all of them have not been very much integrated in the law. However, through the supply chain, many companies face it. So for instance, from next year, a lot of companies in the food sector have to comply with the new directive on 25% of recyclable input in the packaging waste, for instance. It's not regulated in the country, but it's regulated by the market. So the market comes always first. So the state has to protect its business, I would say, sector to create enabling conditions that they align in a, let's say, phasing way, not just as a sudden interaction. Second one, the situations like we are here, so regional cooperation. So this is very important because we are all very small countries, so with a small population and with limited capacities which are linked to this, so we can benefit from such kind of cooperation, but not just from such kind. For instance, when we go back, for instance, to specific types of waste, for glass waste, glass recycling is not feasible at a country level, neither in Serbia, so which is the biggest of the Western Balkan countries. So in the operational plan we did for our RCC, we actually recommended to have also physical shared capacities, for instance, for glass waste or any other type of waste. And also, we have here representatives of the financing institutions, so new financial models aimed to trigger a circular economy have to be in place. So, but they have to be tailor-made, I would say, for the circumstances in the Western Balkans and in the Balkans in general, but also for the companies themselves, and also, again, rising awareness, which is something everybody talks about it, and it's a topic which is to work on it for decades to come. So these are, I would say, the one of the key elements on this.
Thank you. Ms. Dukovska-Pavlovska, we already said that working in silo and isolation, it's not the right approach for the circular economy adoption, and no intervention should be applied without considering the ripple effect on the entire ecosystem and what it will mean for the other stakeholders. So we're speaking about a lot of collaboration, cooperation, co-creation processes, and overall alignment and interventions from all stakeholders. In light of that, how can businesses collaborate with the public sector, with the government, with the NGOs, with the academia, research community in order to scale up the circular economy initiatives and therefore create a broader impact? Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned, for our industry that information and education is needed. Also, business sector needs to understand that NGOs can work with the NGOs as a partners. Not, the business sector is not fully aware of the benefits because they are seeing that, oh yeah, it's something outside of our business, is not bringing us any direct impact immediately. So also we as a business sector are not so aware what all kind of benefits that we can have with through the NGOs. We have, of course, I was telling this in the more broader terms. If I have to talk about Maxtil, for example, we have cooperation now with one NGO, and we are promoting circular economy in the primary and secondary schools within the municipalities that are in the Skopje region. Because we want to educate our young people, what does it mean? What does it mean really circular economy? Not only selection of waste, but that is one entire system. That is one of the projects that we are currently having with one NGO. Also, we have the cooperation, a lot of cooperation with the universities and education sector because of the R&D topics. We, as a business sector, we cannot invest a lot in this area, but what we can do, we can support the education sector in order to provide us some input for the possible use of our waste, for possible creative solutions, how to find something that can be used within the process of production that is not a natural resource, that is something that is coming from a circular economy. So there are a lot of possibilities that are not used currently. This is what I think, because somehow I know that sector as well, the NGOs. I used to be there. And somehow there are not enough connections between the NGOs and the business sector. I'm not saying that, I mean, it's something that both sides should understand the mutual benefit, what they will have from this in order to start cooperate. I really believe in the financial sector, that with the ESG that is a part of the audit and part of the risk analysis of the bank, that through that we can start thinking a little bit more differently about the cooperation with the NGO and have influence on all different initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ms. Novak, before we spoke regarding the major concerns emerging from the slow adoption of circular economy. And I think part of the problem is that the way that we produce and consume, which are the two sides of the same coin, are so ingrained deeply in our society discourses, rules, institutions, behavioral norms. And in order to succeed these complex challenges, like it is a transition towards a more circular, just, green future, and to drive the much-needed fundamental systemic shift that we need in order to achieve that, we need to challenge existing assumptions and also explore radically new futures. So, but how do we do that? Where do we start from? How we can accelerate the transition towards a circular economy practically? Thank you.
Thank you. I think some of my fellow panelists have already mentioned some very good points. And also, of course, we've mentioned about the holistic nature of the circular economy. And I think that's how the acceleration can really come into play, if every level works on something that's within their power to work on. So if we think about policies and policy making, in the global stocktake of national circular economy roadmaps, there are about recently 75 80 national roadmaps. So that's almost half of the countries have prepared now a circular economy roadmap strategy, something like that. And that's about 3,000 policy actions that are coming up out of the circular economy that are then going to be coming up in the next 10 years. But all of these policies have been created a little bit in isolation in the country that created the roadmap, maybe with a very big trading partner or something. But in general, I think you mentioned as well that the specifics about waste definitions, trading waste, regulations about waste moving borders and EPR schemes are not mentioned. The coordination of this at the policy level is not mentioned. So in really, there's a lot of policies people are interested in making the circular economy, but now we have to tweak those policies, working closely regionally to see how can we adjust and make it easier to do waste, trade and waste on the border, even if it's an innovation zone where we can experiment a little bit with these materials and these wastes, and then we can really build some interesting facilities and infrastructure if we look regionally for these opportunities. We spoke about finance, so yeah, that's a big one. And there's been a lot of climate finance deployed. Currently, there's no measure really of circular economy finance deployed. We're actually working on it, so quite exciting. But climate finance saw $1.3 trillion US in 2019-2020, which doubled from the 2 years before that, so that's really good. But now we have to see how is that being deployed actually. If it's into research, is that research then being supported through scaling up and into the marketplace? So there's something to investigate about the efficacy of the finance that being deployed across the whole value chain of circular infrastructure. For example, if we're financing a circular startup, which maybe does collection or take back, if there's no reverse logistics in place, if there's no financing for reverse logistics to help that startup is in an even worse position than the usual startup because they, again, have to finance their whole value chain. So financing has to look at the whole kind of circular value chain and see how to finance effectively across that. If I look at cities or local governments, there's really the opportunity to create the spaces for circular businesses. So creating on the high street spaces for repair, for refurbishment, and really incentivizing those kinds of businesses and for citizens to see and have access to these circular businesses, in addition to making space in the city for actual storage of materials and products. So if you think about construction waste, if you demolish a building and you have windows, doors, etc., how do you store them? Where are the warehouses? And how do you create conditions where these materials can be easily taken back by the industry? Similarly, for food waste processing, where to place these facilities in the city so they're not disruptive, but so that the infrastructure can be managed locally. The urban planning can be considered from a circular perspective. For businesses and the jobs area, it's quite interesting, I think. So there's an opportunity, of course, in the circular economy. In Europe, the resource productivity, so euros per kilogram consumed, on average is about 2.22 euros per kilogram. But in the Balkan region, it's a little bit more like 30 cents to 1.3 euros per kilogram. So just looking at that average per country, there's something to investigate comparing countries here to the European countries. How are they generating more value per material used? Is it higher value materials? Is it less waste? There's some kind of opportunity to explore here for businesses that's more in the language that they're interested in. What's quite interesting as well is that from circular jobs, actually, in Europe, the average is about 2%. So 2% of the economy is working on circular economy sectors. So that's considered, repair, recycling. It doesn't really cover activities within a business that are circular. That's quite difficult to measure, but just the key sectors. And actually in the Balkan region, that's about equivalent. It's about the same range, 2.3%, so about the same size in those sectors. I think lastly, the major thing that can accelerate the circular economy is just the aspect of personal philosophy. So in your capacity as like a citizen or a household, or if you work in business or policy, to actually think about that material problem. If we look at material footprints, I mean, in the Balkan region, they've increased in the last 10 years, in some countries 25%, in some countries 150%. So it's just insane. It's huge. You know, if you're a business, if you're an individual, just the consumption of materials is just enormous. So if we think about that and think about the philosophy of how aspirational it is to have things, to have new things, and that kind of lifestyle, and think about how to change that personally, it will then proliferate into the different aspects of work and into whatever personal influence you have. So that's, I think, the major one. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Males, you know, circular economy policy, strategies, governance mechanisms, institutions, this also happens to be the topic of within my research area and a part of my expertise, so it's not a coincidence that I opened the session with you and that I'm closing it with you. So what policy changes do you believe are necessary in order to accelerate the transition towards circular economy? Like what policy mechanisms and tools are necessary? Thank you.
I think this is the panel where I was nodding most of the time because I totally agree with everything what my colleagues said. And well, to actually do anything, I think everything was already mentioned, and I totally agree with them that we need to put together stakeholders. You mentioned NGOs and businesses together with the public sector, which is very, very important. Me coming from the NGO sector, I know how important it is and how can you actually use the expertise of the NGO people, because NGO people are not anymore the ones standing against the industry or some politicians, sometimes yes, but when they are maybe not on the right track or something like this, there is a lot of expertise in here, so it can be used. Also in the businesses regarding creating different financial tools. But what is really important also to do different policies also on the local and regional level, together with municipalities, together with regions. And this is also something that I would even recommend from our experience. We started with municipalities and we started with waste analysis, although circular economy, as you mentioned, is not waste management, it's not about recycling. It's good to start with something that you can measure. And if you have data, you have information, then you know where to start and what you want to actually create. So the policy can be done on different levels. We know what we have already in the European Circular Economy Action Plan. We know what obligations do we have if we want to reach the climate neutrality in 2050. This is all like a really high-level policy we need to reach, but with the small actions on a regional and the local level. So I think this is a really good opportunity to start on this kind of level, because you already mentioned how actually we can bring the circular economy also to the people living in cities. You mentioned like repair cafes or reuse centers. These all can be done, but it really needs a large number of initiatives on the regional level. This will not come from the government. Government has some other obligations toward some other stakeholders, but if we want to really engage people and teach them, you mentioned having lectures in schools, which is great if you want to prepare future generations for to become more sustainable society. There is a really big playground on how to actually show them, but these children also need to grow up in the environment where what you tell them, you can see that is actually happening. So this is the part that needs to be done by the business, by the government, and by the local government. I don't know if I answered all the question, but this is something I really wanted to point out, because it really is an important thing that all these policies and everything needs to be transformed into certain actions that people can see, because if they don't see it, we will not have the support that circular economy is actually something that brings benefits to the people. In our lectures, the most thing that people are feared about is if circular economy or if the adoption to climate change or mitigation of processes or whatever that we need to do now is going to somehow change their life and they will lose their comfort. This is something that we need to show them that it's not going to happen. With better transportation, more comfortable public transport, they will not lose, they will gain better quality. So this is something that we need to also, when we are talking about policies and changing policies, we need to talk about the benefits, how the people will going to benefit from them. Businesses, local governments, people that live in this region and all the regions.
Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable insights. We have now concluded the 2 rounds of questions. We were supposed to have some time for questions from the audience, but I'm not sure if that's still on the table because we are, yeah, great. So we have some time for a couple of questions, so if I can make 2 points. But yes, sure.
Questions first.
Or any comments to any of the points that we have discussed? Yes?
I'm Diana
Please.
Padejan from the Australian Embassy. I just wanted to ask you something. You just talk about circular economy, but I would like to ask you, how likely are the Western countries to introduce well-being and happiness measure? As we all know, New Zealand only introduced. So how likely they are to refrain from GDP growth?
Thank you. Do you want somebody specific to answer the question, or it's just, yeah?
Whoever.
You can take more questions.
Yes. Do we have any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. Peter Canciani from the Central European Initiative. Many thanks for the very interesting and valuable contributions. And well, I particularly liked the emphasis on social circular economy, which is exactly what we are now trying to implement through European funded projects. Because we really believe that, in particular for Central and Southeastern Europe, this is now the critical point, so to socialize, to merge circular bioeconomy, transition to circular bioeconomy, and social innovation as a tool to deliver tangible results to the people. My question, and I will skip all the other elements that were absolutely interesting about legislation and the need for business models and cooperation, both at cross-border level and between businesses and the civil society, which are all absolutely important factors. Don't you think that we maybe have to slightly change the narrative about the transition to circular bioeconomy? My impression is that so far we discussed about something to save the environment, which might not be on top of agendas for several reasons. Maybe we shall start talking about an opportunity for businesses, a way to save money, a way to enlarge the businesses. So how do you think it is important to really change the narrative about bioeconomy, circularity, and environment as a consequence of something that we are doing to improve the businesses?
Thank you. Yes, if somebody wants to address, yeah, please.
Yeah. So thank you very much. So I think I to some point in my first response I touched on this. So, but again, I will maybe drive some examples here from practice we had recently. So I fully agree that circular economy has to be introduced with the label of opportunity, business, and so on. And environment is indeed another label which is also important. We recently, last year, finished one project which resulted in supporting 46 small and medium enterprises from Bosnia and Herzegovina to transition to a circular economy, and they got a grant up to 50,000 euros. Out of the 46 applications, when we analyzed them, a bunch of them, so more than 90%, were just opportunity takers. So they saw the money on the table and let's take it. However, after we finished the mentoring process, the coaching process with them, they realized that actually circular economy is an opportunity for them to improve their services, to improve their products. And actually, two of the applicants, they developed completely new value chains. So they developed either new models, business models, they either developed new products and so on. And this is a shift which has to take place, sometimes in this way, sometimes through our raising awareness and before that. But definitely, I think that the unawareness, in one hand, in the companies, and also lack of capacities within the companies. So in most of the cases, you have one person who is the energy manager, who is the sustainability manager, ESG manager, circular economy manager, everything else, health and safety sometimes as well. So it's not possible to allocate all these functions to one person, but unfortunately this is the case in reality in business. So there is, let's say, one of the reasons why businesses stay away from circular economy because it's been addressed like an environmental issue in the first place, even though it's a business opportunity.
Thank you. Sure, please.
I'd also like to respond a bit from the perspective of working with governments and also financial institutions and multilateral development banks and so on. So typically circular economy is also seen as a solution to reduce geopolitical risk, both in terms of sourcing maybe energy, maybe to make a more resilient food chain locally, and I think you've maybe commented as well to create jobs in the region. So it's looked at as an opportunity to actually stimulate, say, the regional economy and make it more resilient. When we work with the businesses, more from the industrial organization perspective, circular economy is presented on the one hand as an efficiency measure, so yeah, to cut costs, or transformative. So how do you stay ahead of the market? How do you be the first mover? Maybe it can bring you some other advantages. Again, the environment is there, but it's not necessarily the first moving or the first priority unless it's already coming in from a regulatory perspective. And then also from the financial perspective, we try and evaluate a bit the risk in a portfolio. So what value is at risk, at linear risk? And that can be as a result of these critical raw materials or potentially assets that will become stranded assets due to regulations, or what exposure do you have to waste streams and toxic waste streams, etc. And that gives the financial institutions and pension funds a better idea in their language as well. Actually, my portfolio, 15%, 20% of the companies are considered to be at risk, they're linear risk. There's going to be exposed to additional regulations, additional fines and penalties. So I think the narrative is a blend. That's also one of the benefits maybe of the circular economy. It can be a little bit of everything. But yeah, I think it depends on who you're talking with as well. Thank you.
If somebody wants to address the first question that we had, which was on the introduction of the HDI, the Human Development Index, if I remember well, in the Western Balkan region. So
I think we actually didn't hear the question. Could you repeat it, please?
Yes. Just a moment.
I'm Diana Pradejanin from the Australian Embassy, Zagreb. I just wanted to ask you, how likely are Western countries to give up GDP increase to this well-being and happiness index?
Yes.
And also maybe I would like to address to the previous question that we also have, when you come to a bank for a loan, there are circular economy indicators that are actually evaluated for the businesses when you are trying to get a loan or a credit for your business. So it is important also for the financial institutions to have a sustainable business model. And we know that circular economy is a part of the sustainable business model. And so these are the new tools. So this is something that also can be communicated to the business, that if they want to develop their businesses, they will also have to fulfill these indicators that are also in the ESG. We know that you have to fulfill some levels in the non-financial reporting, also in the circular economy. So this is something that is important for the businesses, and maybe this needs to be more spoke about. And regarding the well-being, we know there are 3 countries in the European Union that also have a roadmap for a well-being within the planetary boundaries. It's the Denmark, it's the Netherlands, and now the Austria. I don't know how it will affect the GDP. I don't know it so deeply, but I know that it's all about cutting the material consumption. This is something you already mentioned, how important it is. How can we actually have the well-being, but without consuming so much materials in our lives? And this is something that Austrian government introduced last year as a New Year's a resolution, which actually is a gift to all the Austrians. So this is something also that can be done. And this is also a very nice way how can we actually present that cutting the consumption will not affect our lives in a negative way.
Thank you. I know, Mr. Kremlis, you wanted to add something. If you can, summarize it very briefly.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
In a nutshell, we are in a circular transition. We are in many transitions currently, but circular transition is one of them. It has a cost for the businesses. Therefore, it requires incentives. It requires awareness raising schemes. And of course, it requires a legal framework to enable them through binding rules to progressively adjust to circular economy through green financing and incentives. That was number 1. Number 2, we need to mainstream circular economy in all the policy areas. We need to talk about circular agriculture, circular transport, circular entrepreneurship, circular tourism, and so on. It's very important that each sector gains ownership on circular economy. And therefore, speaking to each other will be under the same understanding that we are becoming circular. Number 3, we need to promote waste as a resource. Unfortunately, the targets on reuse, recycling are still low, very low in some countries. And this is why, as it has been mentioned by previous speakers, by the way, it was an excellent exchange of views and an excellent panel, thanks to you as well. We need to develop the economic instruments. The DRS, Deposit and Refund Scheme, the extended producer responsibility, and of course the pay as you throw, because through the economic schemes we can recover more waste as a resource. And of course biomass is extremely important because we can protect our forests against wildfires by collecting the biomass, by cleaning the forest, and this biomass can be extremely useful as a biofuel for shipping, for aviation, SAFs, etc., together with food waste. This is another stream that we really need to promote. Then green public procurement is extremely important because from now on we should green the public procurement to make the projects having a low environmental, climate and energy input, etc. We need a new culture which needs to be a cross-cutting culture. And last but not least, unfortunately, we have only 9% circularity up to now. Therefore, we need to change the patterns entirely. I am optimistic that we can change this because the legal framework within the European Union, and when I'm talking to the European Union, I'm also referring to the candidate countries. This is very important as they have to introduce the environmental and climate standards. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are running out of time. So thank you all for your valuable insights, contributions. I think and I hope it was also an interesting discussion to follow as an opening discussion. So it's clear that the Balkan region holds an immense potential for the circular economy transition and opportunities, but also there are quite a lot of challenges that are ahead of us. So thank you once again, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Ali nekako se ponovo ovo. I think we are ready for the next session. Let me just make myself more audible. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to start and first thank you, Mr. Joseph, for inviting the Institute of Good Governance and Policies in Environment and Climate Change from Skopje to be one of your acknowledged partners for the Balkan Economic Forum. We were happy to learn that out of the 4 topics selected for this forum, 3 were related to climate and environment, which we believe it is very important for the future, not only for the society, but for the economic development. Our session is dedicated to climate resilience, navigating challenges while unlocking opportunities. That provides us, we hope that it will provide us some knowledge about the challenges that the climate change brings to the economy, but as well it might give us some insight what are the opportunities ahead of us. Every challenge, it brings some kind of a problem and issues that we have to deal with, but also at the same time it provides an opportunity for growth. So I hope within this session we will try to explore these options and of course provide you some extra knowledge and food for thoughts in the future. I would like to present the panelists at this session. First, I start with myself. I'm Jadranka Ivanova. I'm director of the civil society organization Institute for Good Governance and Policy in Environment and Climate Change, also so-called IPEC. I have an experience of 20 years working in the Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning in North Macedonia when I left 2018, and together with some other colleagues also working in the ministry, we decided to join an NGO and be active more in promoting good governance in environment, which is very important. Our key speaker is Professor Engineer Stefano Grimas. He is a chairholder of UNESCO Chair on Intersectorial Safety for Disaster Risk Reduction and Resilience, Sprint Lab, from the University of Udine, Italy. Then our next speaker comes from Poland, Warsaw. It is Anastasia Bekic. She is Regional Coordinator on Environment and Climate Change in Helvetas. Then we have from Tirana, Albania, Ms. Sabina Lalaj, attorney at law, partner at Lalaj and Partners. She has an experience working with the business, so I expected an input from her in this regard. Then we have the Director General of Croatian Meteorological and Hydrological Service, Mr. Ivan Gutler, who I hope will tell us is there sufficient data to navigate the challenge. And then last but not least is Ivana Vojnovic. She is Director of the Center for Climate Change, Natural Resources and Energy of the University of Donja Gorica, Montenegro. I hope these speakers will provide you significant information. And I would like to say that we will have a first round of questions that I will pose to my panelists. And then we would like to have questions from you. It is important that we exchange information among ourselves, not just the panelists speak to you. I will start just short introduction of the session, which comes from the complex environment, interconnected world that we all live together, which in a way, sometimes brought to us many uncertainty and of course surprises. And to a certain degree, we consider them as a normal. Now changing the weather from one to another situation in a day, people starting to believe this is something normal. Is it this normal? We have to ask ourselves. And with this kind of uncertainty, I would say the capacity to manage such a certainty, such a disruption is very important, also for the people, but much more for the business. And let us see how we can contribute, making things better, and is it possible to have some opportunities in this situation. And that I would like to ask Professor Grimas to provide us the first fruitful thoughts for the beginning of the session. Please, Professor. And I understood he will give us a presentation, so please bear with us.
Thank you, Jadranka. Thank you to Professor Chiose for inviting me. Thank you also to the Central European Initiative that is a good pleasure to work with all the colleagues in this area. And I try to use the title of this panel in order to introduce the topic of the climate resilience. Why? Because Jadranka mentioned navigating challenges while unlocking opportunities. First of all, I want to underline the situation of the climate change in Europe, and especially in our area. I try to use the... Okay. If you go in the website of the European Union, we can say that we have a lot of increases of hazardous events from rainfall, forest fires, storms, and so on. Also, in all the Balkan areas, recently we face these problems. But what we have to ask, what is the impact and on who? We know about the studies of the European Union that if we foresee for the 2050 that we increase the temperature at least 1.5 degrees Celsius. But this is the best scenario. We can also go in a worse situation. And if we look at the situation of Europe, our area, the Balkans area and the South Europe is in the world situation is the more attention points for Europe for managing this problem, because the severity of the events are very strong. But the problem is where and what is affected by this climate change. First of all, we can say that the heat and drought affect the agricultural production, outdoor works, summer tourism, and this means that there is not only a problem of hazardous events, but what we are facing and we are looking for is how we can manage the impact on the system. We take in account that the problem is we have an increase of hazardous events, but the problem is which type of system is affected. We can have the environment, the built environment, the public health, a lot of things. But this say that we have tourism, agriculture, we have cities close to the coast because we have also the sea level rising, but also we have to take in account the vulnerabilities of our territories, like poverty or migration aspect and so on. So what is important is that we have to put together the cause with the effects. We have to put together who study the climate change who is able to manage the impact on the society deriving from this climate change. The approach that we use is we have to understand the problem, then we have to pass to action, and then reach the goal. The strategy is, first of all, I want to understand the problem. When I identify the potential impact, I pass to the action through two strategies. Is the mitigation, that is the first strategy that want to avoid to increase the hazardous events, and the second is the adaptation. All this process requires some policies, but the question is, Jadranka already mentioned in the introduction, we are in front of a system. The impact is on a system. How we can take in account the impacts related to the different interconnection. The second aspect, second challenge is how we can manage this process if not day by day, but year by year, month by month, all the context change. Not only the climate, but also the geopolitical situation. So this pushed the European Union to define a strategy dividing the solution and the policies considering different clusters. What means cluster? Means that they consider that if we want to manage the problem of climate change, we have to consider policies that consider part of the big system, like a subsystems, and it was identified energy, health, water, infrastructure, but also ecosystem and economy and finance. But what is important is all these clusters are strictly related one each other. This is a good solution, but the challenge is we need to pass to an approach that is the title of this panel, the climate resilience. What means climate resilience? Is a derivation of a process that at level of United Nations we are working on, that foreseen in the future, in which you can see we have different policy lines from the United Nations, from the climate change, the sustainability development, disaster risk reduction, and so on. But we foreseen in the future to unify these policies in order to take in account the strictly interconnection among these different processes that till now were managed separately in a sectorial way. The future is an intersectoral approach and take into account the systemic nature of the problem. This is why also in the climate change, who is working in this area start to put together different approaches. For instance, climate change and disaster risk reduction now have a common also framework of work. But what is the challenge for the future and also today is that we are sure that today we are already in a new normal. What is the new normal? As already mentioned, we are in a complex situation, systemic situation, but especially uncertainty situation. This means that all the process for managing the system is very difficult, and if we consider all of us like a players with different roles, we have to go in the future, taking account the climate change situation, but we cannot avoid to consider that all the context is changing. We have a complexity, uncertainty, strong interconnection with the other part of the system. We have not the possibility to know everything. It's all changing. Though this means that the linear process is not more applicable. We have already understand also from the circular energy from the first panel, this is the life motive for the future, this abandon of the linear process. So inside of the Central European Initiative that we launched the platform, resilience platform, that try to face to this problem, proposing a sort of framework for start to reasoning in this field of action. And we propose to pass from the linear approach to a circular approach using a sort of metaphor, like a navigation, as I recall the title of the panel. If you think during the navigation you have to monitor the situation, you have to understand what is happening in the next future, you have to anticipate the situation, adapt, and then learn for the next step. This process permits to advance to the future, and if we consider that safety, sustainability, are like a goal, if you remember our goal, but now we have to start to consider like a target that is moving in the time. We never reach. We have to maintain the goal, and we have to maintain to navigate in order to reach this goal. This is not only a metaphor. In recent documents of the United Nations, is what is called process management and navigation, take advantage of the analogy with the navigation, in which we have to navigate also when the situation is not good. And we have to navigate in all the phases of the disaster risk management cycle. After an event, for the recovery phase, but also in the prevision and prevention preparedness phase. Obviously, the style, the actors, the players that are involved in the different phases are different, but the goal is the same. We have to advance along the time in this way. So, if we use this metaphor, climate resilience is a sort of navigating challenges while unlocking opportunities. But this is an important thing. We need to know where we want to go. If I am on the boat, I am the captain, I want to know where I want to go, I need to define the route. So this means that we have, like our society, we are on the boat, all on the boat, with different roles, and we have to reach, in this case, 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, but along this way we can face perturbations. This is deriving also from the climate change, and we can also take advantage of opportunities. This is another important aspect. But this means that we have to enter in this point of view And we can change the framework. This is the last point that I want to use to put on the table some discussion also for the panelists. If we consider the process that starting from the understanding the problem, pass to make decision, pass to the action, reach the goal, then we have to repeat this circularly because we are on the boat, we are in the navigation process. Taking account of the context. The context is complex, we have surprises, but we have also to take into account the context of the society, the poverty, the inequalities in our decision. So this means that in the future, if we look in the future, we have to change the way also of planning the problem, because we cannot define plans in which we define everything in a very rigid way. But we need to have a view of the problem, work in the short term, mid-term, long term, but take into account this circular process that permit some adaptation along the way. If you think after the COVID happened the same, after the Next Generation EU, something changed in Europe and ask all the system to adapt this process. We have to maintain the goal, but we have to adapt in a circular way this idea. The other aspect is that this is regard especially the scientists. Sometimes we go in a very deeper way in the studies in order to understand the problem, and we stop the process, we don't pass to the action. If you think to the boat, we need to decide, to assess, decide, act. Assess, decide, act, and if it's necessary, to adapt the way to proceed. This means that awareness, but also the capacity to collect data and to pass to decision maker the data in order to take decision is an important thing. And another important thing is how we can monitor the results that we obtain with our activities. Why? Because if it's necessary, we have to adapt our policies along the way. In this process, we can take advantage of all the opportunities, new technologies, natural-based solution, and so on. But what I want to stress, like a last point, is we have to start to think also in terms of business continuity, in terms of continuity management of essential services, because otherwise climate change in the future can produce some stop of the activities. And this put on the table one another important challenge is the synergy from public and private sector, because otherwise we cannot go ahead. I want to conclude my presentation with a curiosity. During my presentation, I don't know which type of navigation you are thinking, sailing or rafting. No? Because if we use this metaphor, we can use or the first one or the second one. If we use the first one, doesn't matter if you are thinking the sailing or rafting. In any case, we want a safe navigation, and we want to reach the goal, even when the weather is changing. So we have to change our capacity to drive the boat in order to reach the goal. Also, when happens something that is a surprise that requires to us to manage the problem, even the weather is good, but change something in the environment we are navigating. This is why I conclude. In the resilience platform, we define this strange logo. You can say that is a sort of goal, but is you pass the goal pass through some disruption, some surprises, something that happened during the navigation route, and ask to the society to find solution. In the resilience platform, we are trying to define in a more effective way this framework. We have already produced some recommendations with the Central European Initiative, but we are open. I'm very happy to be here and very open to enlarge the collaboration with other initiatives like this, especially because we are the core of the society, especially because economy and all the policies are in this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for presenting and providing us some new aspect of navigation, which we somehow took it as a key word of our session. And also, you remind me of something I heard before, which was a bit difficult for me to understand, comprehend at the beginning, reverse re-engineering. What is reverse engineering? It's actually thinking for the worst and then going backward and plan how to overcome. And at the beginning of the climate impact mitigation, if I can say, or management, at the many of the business sector turns towards new technology. And we have many new climate-inspired technology. However, the business sector faced with another challenge, which is the labor market. There was no workforce capable sufficiently to manage these new technology skills that were needed. And in that sense, Helvetas is known to be one of the organizations which provides many trainings to empower and improve the workforce knowledge. And that's why I would like to ask Anastasia, what kind of strategy an employer can take in order to accommodate the workers' skills to this fast emerging technology, and how we can, in a way, manage this growing up between the skills and to maintain the resilience of the labor markets. So, Anastasia, we look for your thoughts.
Yes, Jadranka, thank you very much for this question. First of all, I think this is very much important to establish a joint understanding of what we mean by green skills, because there are so many approaches, and even those working professionally in this area often argue. This is the sign of argument. Generally speaking, the skills are those addressing the issues of decarbonization and climate resilience, the topic we have already started discussing today. They are not exclusively concentrated in the industries that we would call green, like renewable energy or nature conservation only, but they are relevant for basically all types of industries and all value chains, so they're concentrated across the value chains. And of course, they are relevant for many types of occupations. Start from general awareness, but then to topping up the occupations and change the nature of the existing jobs, and creating the new types of occupations and skills that have never existed before and come to the market with the newer technologies related, of course, to the green transition. And indeed, the private sector is rapidly adapting to climate change and building their climate resilience. Obviously, it drives a lot of demand for newer green skills in the Balkans and at the global level. However, our big sister conference, the World Economic Forum, identified that even at the current stage, about half of the companies working in the energy sector, for example, report that they find it difficult to hire the staff with their required green skills for the newer processes they're trying to integrate. And this is not only relevant to the energy industry, but this is the case also for many related industries like construction, for example, that was already mentioned during the first panel, textiles and fashion industry, agriculture, or sustainable transportation. So demand for the green talent is growing much faster than the supply, which means that the educational system existing in the countries and all the stakeholders like private sector institutions, education service providers, state institutions should respond to this demand. And this is not only happening somewhere in the developed countries like in Germany or in Sweden or in Australia, that was also mentioned today. But the Western Balkans region is no exclusion to this general trends and demand for changes in the labor market. Why this is happening? Because our region is deeply integrated and connected with the European Union and other developed countries by the trade ties, which means that the global companies and the corporate sector brings this new ESG requirements and technologies. However, our countries also actively implement own decarbonization commitments and like nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. So it also drives quite a lot of changes in the labor sector. So in this context, ensuring that the green skills meet the demand for their economy is one of their critical factors for building the climate resilience. And for us as a development organization, as Jadranka mentioned, Helvetas supports quite a lot of such initiatives. It is very much important that this issue is addressed in a systemic way and all relevant stakeholders contribute to this. And for me, perhaps the private sector is one of the most interesting players because the private sector is uniquely positioned for addressing the green skills demand. Why? Because you are already directly experiencing the technological upgrades and operational shifts that are required to remain competitive in the changing markets and to remain the parts of the international supply chains. So the companies in their renewable energy, in sustainable construction, in eco-friendly manufacturing are already implementing this new tech, which means that you are the ones who understand what are the specific skills that are needed in the market. So the private sector is basically their both provider and also beneficiary of the green skills development. And collaboration with the educational providers to design the training programs together is what is needed, and this approach ensures that curricula is actually directly aligned with the market needs and not outdated. And just to maybe bring a few of the examples from the real life, we started recently cooperating with the Volvo Group, which is their large Swedish corporate sector widely present in the Western Balkan countries, dealing with their sustainable transportation, heavy truck industry. And Volvo recognized the need to invest in modernization of the skills, not only needed as of today, but also looking for the future, for the 5, 7, 10 years perspective, and investing in designing their modern mechatronic skills in cooperation with the vocational education schools and the university to address the resource-efficient management and transportation of heavy trucks, and introducing the electric vehicles related skills. Maybe currently in the Western Balkans this is not something that we can observe on an everyday basis in our roads, but this is absolutely the technology that is coming also from the European Union side. Secondly, one of their most effective ways for addressing the green skills is building, the upskilling, reskilling the existing staff already employed in the traditional industries. Obviously, there is not a possibility to fire and hire completely new people with their skills that we come up by magic out of nowhere, but we need to invest in our people that are already employed. And I would also love to refer to the first panel, and Max Steel company, and Maria represented this company, and in North Macedonia, Helvetos also proudly cooperate with Max Steel. Obviously, their steel production is again not the most carbon friendly industry, but this is the reason why such companies are rapidly changing. And also Max Steel invests, as far as I know, a lot in various trainings and fellowship programs in this regard. So finally, last but not least, I would also like to refer to the role of the state institutions in this transition, and this is of course very much crucial and should not be underestimated. And the governments also must collaborate intensively with the private sector and educational institutions by providing the tax incentives, by providing their grants for the companies that invest in their workforce development. And this approach, I believe, may also encourage more businesses to act proactively in changing their labor markets. Moreover, of course, it is essential that their government in the Balkans integrate the green skills, including upskilling, of course, and reskilling in the state strategies and policies across multiple sectors and in coordinated and inclusive manner. And again, our other speakers in the first panel mentioned that in the context of circular economy, they may refer to a variety of different ministries dealing with this topic. So for the green skills, I think maybe this is not a problem, but rather opportunity that this type of knowledge should be represented actually at the agenda of various state institutions like the ministries of education, ministries of industry, climate and environment, and so on. So this would allow also to address this topic inclusively and systematically. So just to conclude quickly, for the development aid market, this becomes increasingly important that such topics are addressed in a sustainable way. Sustainable means that when the project comes and when the project ends, the solutions should remain in the market. And it may only happen when there important stakeholders like the private sector companies, existing businesses, the state institutions and NGOs work together, when their ideas are driven by the market needs and when their investments are coming from all the sides. In this case, basically all the governments that work in this region as development partners, such as Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, are interested and would invest more and more in such initiatives and ideas. So thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. You mentioned quite a few important points, especially about being systematic in the education and, of course, the role of institutions, which are actually quite important for developing the right legislation. And as the professor mentioned, in marine navigation, success, how you reach your destination, also depend on respecting some laws of the sea. Without respecting these laws, you might not reach your target or you might even fail. So in that context, I would like to ask Sabina, do we have adequate legislation in place to support the private sector in enhancing the climate resilience, and of course to adapting to this evolving landscape due to the climate change? But I will wait just for, okay, now I think the floor is yours. We have some issue with the microphone, but please, I think you can hold it.
Thank you, Jadranka, for the very challenging and interesting question. First of all, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I will follow up with a metaphor used by the professor on the navigation. If we can see the Balkan region, because we are mostly focusing on the same, we see a very different approach between the EU and non-EU countries, as expected. While the EU member states like Croatia, Bulgaria, even Greece, they have a strict regulatory framework and they are much more advanced. They are directed by the EU climate agenda. They have the CSRD now to implement. They are following the Green Deal and they have a robust legislation. When we come to the non-EU countries, we see a willingness, a rare willingness, or let's say a sporadic willingness to implement the principles to be ready for the climate change, but those are mostly on voluntary basis or are pushed by challenges and opportunities, like the previous panel mentioned, on financing. The main supporters of this fulfillment of these requirements are usually investment banks or banks that are investing in infrastructure, in energy, in larger projects that are pushing the local business to go forward meeting the ESG criteria or the green criteria. So they are the major push. Also, on the other hand, we have, let's say, the most welcoming push from the international companies that have their center in European or Western countries, and they are already following these agendas. But when it comes to legislation, in our region, the legislation is still in the progress. It is not mandatory, it is not obliging the business to follow certain steps and requirements in order to be ready to navigate the climate challenge. So what will be the next steps? The best part of this situation is that the non-EU countries do not have to reinvent the wheel. Let's say the paths for the navigation, either rafting or sailing, are almost set by the EU countries. We just have to follow the road and maybe to improve it in practice. However, based on the discussion that the honored panel before us made on opportunities and challenges, yes, it is true that the business see changes in the legislation imposing new requirements as challenge, as cost-related challenge. So it is the job of the government, of the entire actors in the market to educate that with the challenge, opportunities follows. So whenever there is need for capital, for growth, and there is a push to go towards the green solutions, there is a challenge, but there is also an opportunity. This has to be coupled to the change in the legislation, the education of the business has to be coupled with very good government incentives, with education, and of course with sensibilization of the wide public and all the actors. When I say incentives for the government, it doesn't only mean tax incentives, but it means facility to access funds that are coming now in our countries from EU when you meet certain criteria. We have now taxonomy rules not applicable in our part of the region, but applicable in several countries in the Balkans that we can, let's say, voluntarily copy and start to abide to in order to have more access in the funds. Education is one of the most, let's say, important pillars in this work, because we have to educate not only the younger generation, because sometimes they are much more educated than we are, but we have to educate the existing business, the founders of the business that are coming from another part of education, and they need to understand that climate challenge is real, is coming, is in our doors, and they should support the changes in the legislation. In my experience, in my work, with satisfaction, I have seen several companies that are local, but they are attempting to go through ESG by drafting their own sustainability reports, by drafting roadmaps, by putting goals to reach the carbon requirements, to be net zero. So this is a very good sign. However, it still remains rare in our region. It should be promoted, incentivized, and ultimately educated in order for us to reach the navigation. Laws are very good. We can have very good laws, but we need good implementation, willingness, support and promotion, and of course, education on such laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Yes, I think the government incentive policy is important to decarbonize the businesses. We have in the EU, and good that you mentioned the difference between the candidate countries and the EU. We have huge financial support within the EU regarding climate social fund, which is not available for the EU country. But the other side, the EU, with the introduction of the carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism regulation, CBAM regulation, which will affect all the companies in the Western Balkans starting next year, 2026, when they will have to pay some carbon tax when exporting to the EU, will be a huge difference in terms of the legislation. We might speak later about the CBAM, about the impact, maybe some question from the audience or from our side. However, having the regulation, both incentives from the government, I believe is the right way forward for the business to navigate through these climate challenges that we have ahead. But in this regard, I would like to now ask the director, Ivan, regarding the data. We discussed that the business sector, in order to navigate, they have to have sufficient data to adapt their businesses to the new challenges, to the new issues that will come along in the future. Do we have sufficient data, particularly from meteorological or climate monitoring sources that can help the business to anticipate the climate risk and, of course, at the same time seize the new opportunities? Do we have at the end some open source data that should not be in addition burden for the business sector to pay for them in order to plan the future? So I give the floor to you for this information, about the information.
Thank you, Jadranka, for this good question, and thank you for the invitation for this panel. My final thanks is also to Professor Grimas for a very excellent talk at the beginning. It will help me to answer your question. So starting from this year, actually, we have one major update in the way European countries share their data. So what we're having now is one implementing act of the EU Commission called High Value Data Set. And this document is very important because it pushed all the EU members to share their data, 5 types of them. I will briefly describe them. It will be interesting for you. So first, 2 types of data that are now openly and freely available and should be available from all national meteorological services in EU are observations from our stations. So we have many, many stations in all countries, not only EU countries, but also non-EU countries. And sometimes businesses had to pay for them, for having access to both real-time data or to their long-time series. These real-time data, they are very important because it will help you to plan your activities in the next few hours. And those longer climate time series, they are important in order to estimate your hazards in the longer time period. Is your region drying? Is your region becoming more and more warm? So these are first 2 types of data. Third type of data is very interesting. It's so-called warning data. So many of you are aware, at least in Croatia, we have so-called early warnings that are shared in one European context called Met-Alarm. And this system is developed by the UMETNet. UMETNet is an organization of European National Hydrometeorological Services. Only one Balkan country is not a member of the Met-Alarm. I won't say which one. I hope they will also access very soon. This is the system that gives you a very short summary. What is the level of warning in the next 2 days? Do I have to be more careful if I travel to Croatia, if I travel to Greece, if I travel to Serbia? So this is the system where you get very brief colored scheme. Okay, it's a red warning. Be very careful. It's yellow warning. Things are going okay. There are additional 2 types of data sets that are very also important that can be also now acquired freely and openly for business, for NGOs, for our citizens. This 4th type are so-called radar data. Radars are one of the systems where we can follow how our storms are traveling. They are also very popular on different applications, and different companies use them to train their artificial intelligence models, companies such as Google, but also different national hydrometeorological services. And the last final piece of weather data that has to be freely and openly available for all the citizens, NGOs, and companies are numeric weather prediction data. So these are the data that you think most often when you think about the weather forecast. So what will happen over my country in the next 3 days or 5 days? So we are living now in a very exciting area where more and more data is being open. It helps to build up different new startups. We're having also in Croatia seeing many of them popping out. And then in parallel, we have type of data, different, let's say, climate projection data, data that gives you long-term horizon, next 50 years or 100 years. This type of data were open and freely available even from beginning. So this is not something new for the climate scientists. So just to make a summary, we are facing a new era in weather community. We used to share between different countries our data just to make our forecast better. You can't make a forecast if you live in Croatia if you don't have data from Italy, from Serbia, from Hungary, from all these countries around. But now we are seeing all this data being also being pushed not only to different meteorological services, but also to the business sector.
Thank you very much. You really touched the issue of the basic and major risks in climate, which are usually divided physical and transitional risk. Physical related, actually what you said about weather data, about climate projection in the future, because once something that we consider now sufficiently good as a physical object, in the future it might not be, or it might be put to risk. And when it comes to transitional risk, with the new legislation coming, something that we have to do now, we have to think what will be the legislation change in the future, and what kind of investment we can do, whether we invest now in the building, for example, that anticipate all the climate risk, or we wait and then change by the legislation and at the end complain. And this we came to the issue of complaining and the public awareness, because sometimes citizens, we tend to complain and we tend to be lazy and sometimes waiting others to do something. And I would say if we saw some improvements in the future, but the important is and very difficult challenge is changing people's behavior. So how we can better engage the public to, in a way, recognize the urgency of the situation related to climate change. Do the government and the business have the right approach to influence the public behavior? On the other side, we have many NGOs that are working on raising public awareness, but sometimes you have the feeling that their voices are not truly heard, either by the government as well by the business. But even you work in the civil society sector, you work with the students, so tell us about this.
Okay, thank you, Jadranka, very much for this very interesting question. First of all, allow me to thank Sasha and Jadranka for inviting me to be a panelist at today's event. It's my great pleasure and honor to be with you here at Zagreb. Before I provide you with a direct answer to your question, I cannot help by saying, but repeating what was just said by the other panelists, and I would like to highlight that once again, and that is the scientific proven fact that climate change is one of the major threats and challenges of today's time, and that's definitely a long-term trend that casts a shadow over the future of us, over the future of our civilization. And you are completely true. It is true that while there has been a growing awareness about the impact of climate change, all these climate consequences coming from the threatening climate hazards throughout the world, from devastating wildfires, droughts, floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, cyclones, and so on, somehow people started to perceive this kind of situation as a normal, which is actually absolutely abnormal. So in order to shift this mindset, I think that we all together, no matter the fact whether we are coming from the government, from the academia, NGOs, media, and so on. In order to shift that mindset, we definitely need to approach public engagement that somehow highlights this personal relevance to climate change. I'll definitely explain what I mean. First of all, the basic need of us being citizens of the world is to be, which are directly affected by those climate events, is to be at the first place correctly and timely informed about the climate change issues, about the consequences of climate change. Because according to the latest scientific data of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in the period to come, we will be faced with more and more intensive and frequent hydrometeorological events and hazards. And since climate changes are inevitable, we cannot avoid it, the only ways, as Professor already mentioned, is to adapt our everyday behavior to different climate circumstances and to try to adapt also almost every economic activity in our societies: agriculture, energy, tourism, transport, public health, and so on. In the future, as I've said, we will be faced with increasing climate events which cannot be predicted no matter technological improvements and better data accuracy, real-time data and so on. Definitely what is important for us as citizens, and that's a direct answer to a question actually, is to, we will be puzzled what is happening if we are not well educated and well informed. So the key point is to have proper, timely and accurate information. But today, when we are flooded with a wave of information, which are abundant more than ever, it is becoming increasingly difficult for all of us to understand on a daily basis which of these information are actually true. So that's where I come to the issue of climate disinformation. Climate disinformation are real threats in these days because they, first of all, cast doubt on scientific theories. And they try to deny or discredit science of climate change. And in my opinion, they threaten to become equal to accurate information. And this problem further is complicated when these incorrect views coming from the sources of climate disinformation are spread on social media with millions of views, millions of users, millions of clicks, and so on. So today, as we all know, climate change is a hot topic, but topic with a lot of myths, lots of falsehoods, and a lot of conspiracy theories. It was not only coronavirus which was somehow under the umbrella of conspiracy theories, but also this topic of climate change is definitely under the pressure of conspiracy theories. But I must confess that all those deniers of modified climate patterns somehow must to understand that we cannot return back to the climate from the past. We are now living some new normal, some new climate, not of the future, but of the current times, which is extreme climate. And the consequences of this extreme climate change are already being felt by each and every 8 billion citizens of planet Earth. They are not only impacting polar bears, penguins, coral reefs, pandas, as it was commonly believed. We are all impacted by climate change, and climate change have already affected each and every region on the planet Earth, and in some regions, the impacts of climate change so far have been unprecedented in the history of the planet Earth, and some of the climate events have not been seen in thousands, if not in hundreds of thousands of years. So climate change are here and now. They are also the sources of main structural disbalances in the global economy as well, and they definitely require urgent action. So what to do to engage people more actively? First of all, in my opinion, and that's my first point, how to engage all of us, is to, somehow I already touched upon this a couple of minutes ago, but maybe to make this issue of climate change more personal. Because people often respond more actively about the issues that affect their lives directly. So I think that both government and businesses must work separately or together, whatsoever, on illustrating how climate disruptions affect our everyday lives, how they affect local economies, how they affect health, how they affect our plans of holidays, leisures, working days, and so on. All these new acts that my colleagues already mentioned that the EU is producing on annual basis, coming from the CBAM, taxonomy, due diligence directive, corporate social responsibility, which are changing how we actually behave on an everyday basis, what are our consumer choices regarding automotive industry you just were referring to. So our behavior, both in production and consumption patterns, will definitely change. So the role of the government is somehow to make us aware and acquaint us with this new rule in order to adapt and adjust our everyday routine. So these different climate campaigns, it's not a cliche, but in my opinion, these climate campaigns that showcase real impact of climate change should be much more frequent, explaining to us as citizens that we will have rising, for example, utility bills due to extreme weather events, that we will have more frequent health issues due to the air pollution and so on. So these are some real examples and cases that must be approached in a better way to the citizens. Then maybe storytelling of some real life examples. Unfortunately, we have devastating climate hazards all around of us. Also in our region, 10 days ago, we have a devastating floods in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Maybe to explain this kind of situation, which definitely when are told from people who experienced even human losses, material losses, who were devastated by some flood in this example event, maybe this kind of example may resonate more deeply. Then, for sure, participatory approaches. Governments and businesses, once again, should facilitate, as I've said, more public forums, involve public in some local initiatives in order to strengthen climate resilience, to strengthen better disaster risk preparedness, and so on. And I'll just conclude maybe with another example or another suggestion, which was already mentioned by some of my colleagues regarding better transparency in reporting of businesses. We already mentioned the ESG and these new standards. When you have businesses that report in transparent manner about their climate impact, about their sustainability goals, about how they try to incorporate all these good climate neutral approaches in their everyday behavior, maybe that would be a good example to individuals to behave similarly on everyday basis. So maybe this top-down approach would be a good approach and a good example somehow to not only educate us, which was my first point at the beginning of answering to your question, and just to conclude to this second point, maybe to be guided by some good examples of transparency in conducting business activities of some businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. Definitely climate misinformation or disinformation is something that we face each day. And there was assessment done in Albania of several portals who were actually dealing with climate misinformation. And it was, the analysis showed that everybody is more doing this for more likes than for really disseminate any information. So it seems we shift the topic that is hot, that is known to the public, people just use it for different purposes. I would like now to allow about 10 minutes before we concluding for any question from the public that could be addressed to our panelists. So please feel free to raise the hand and ask the question either directly to any of the panelists or to all of us. Yes, we have one question over there.
So it's me again, Diana Padejani from the Australian Embassy. I just would like to ask Mrs. Ivana Vojnovic if you can tell me, we all know about plastic and its influence on nature. So we all know that we have plastic already in our bloodstream. And I've heard in the media that like 5 territories of France are floating between California and Hawaii. So there's no strategy really for recycling or disposing of plastic. And now everybody is talking about electric cars and batteries. And have you ever heard of any strategy for disposing of electric batteries? I've asked in several conferences, but there was no answer. Are they recyclable, or what's the way of disposing batteries? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Just to have one more. I cannot see. Ivana, I think the question was for you.
First of all, thank you. Thank you for this inspiring question. First of all, referring to the plastics, what you've said, this territory of plastic under the sea is 5 times greater than France. That was actually my first thought when you were posing this question to me, as plastic is unfortunately all over of us. Unfortunately, this plastic waste is ending up on our tables and ending up in our organism through this food chain coming from living organisms under the sea, sea salt, water, drinking water, and so on. So that's very urgent problem also of today. But also, well, what's the problem of the plastic? We cannot always blame plastic as a material. When it was invented at the beginning of 20th century, plastic was a huge invention due to its a lot of advantages. It is a light material, easy to be transformed in some final products and so on. But what's actually the problem is this plastic waste. It's the way we actually manage end-of-life plastic products, and majority of this plastic waste which goes into the sea and other water bodies is definitely related to the proper lack of waste management on the land. But coming back to your question regarding, well, disposal of electronic batteries, definitely in our region, in the Western Balkan region, we are not even advanced in dealing with some ordinary ways of waste management, not to mention these electronic batteries and there are pros and cons regarding more use, for example, of e-vehicles, but what to do after they become end-of-life vehicles, how to dispose this kind of waste, and EU regulation is developing in that manner to introduce some new technologies in order not to create another burden and another waste problems, not only for EU countries, but also for the countries which are adopting EU regulation, which is aligned with EU standards and new practices.
Anastasia, you wanted to also provide?
I'd like to add a few words on the question about plastic. And today we have already discussed quite a lot the topic of compliance of the private sector with various regulations coming from the EU level and globally. And all of them are very much related, of course, to the EU Green Deal or to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, which is a huge process, of course, which I believe is not that much about environment even, but it's about economy and the society. And regarding the plastics topic, you might be aware that there is another very huge international process of negotiations on the new plastics treaty. That is about to conclude quite soon, hopefully by the end of this year already. Then, of course, the adoption of the new convention may take some time, but this is like a new UNFCCC, but in the area of plastic management. And once this treaty will be adopted, what will happen? Without any doubts, very soon, I think this will also create a wave of new family of regulations in this area, and this will for sure change a lot. And in terms of regulatory readiness for the Balkans, in terms of private sector readiness, I think that it's already time to actually start thinking very seriously about this topic, because we as the community will have to address it in the coming years, that's for sure.
Thank you. Anyone from the panelists would like to contribute to the question? No? I will keep you 5 more minutes separated from the lunch. Any question for the moment? No? Okay. What I wanted to raise as an issue, and I expected somehow more public to intervene in this, is about the CBAM regulation, which is quite important for the Western Balkan. With the CBAM regulation, it will be affected 6 dominant sectors in the region: iron, steel, aluminium, fertilizers, energy as well. One more sector I cannot recall at the moment. And when they will export their products to the EU starting 2026, they have to pay certain carbon fee, which is equivalent to the carbon price on the EU ETS level. And which means that our companies in the Western Balkans have to put some more effort in decarbonizing their work. On the other side, they already started reporting for the emission embodied in their products exported to the EU. But in the Western Balkan countries, the regulation regarding monitoring, reporting, verification, and accreditation is not in place. So maybe the next session can take upon this, about the influence of the CBAM regulation to the economy in the Western Balkan countries, especially that now the EU, in a way, is putting the regulation to the whole world who want to export to the EU, and that it, in a way, intensifies the efforts of the countries to do something. But regionally speaking, I see a challenge for the whole region, and especially maybe the relation between different countries can become again an issue. Why I'm saying this? The CBAM regulation allows the countries to introduce the domestically paid carbon tax in order to decrease the carbon tax paid to the EU1 exported. And then I already see that some countries are thinking to introduce, like my own country, North Macedonia and Serbia, So how we will regulate this double taxation? It's another issue. Whether the reciprocity will apply to both countries, how we will regulate the carbon tax paid domestically, and when the value chain between the countries is so diverse. We have a production in North Macedonia which import aluminium from Serbia, then export to Montenegro, and then the final product is exported, for example, in Croatia. How we will deal with this if all the countries pay carbon tax? It's another issue, so that's why I see it as a regional topic. Maybe will be a kind of heated debate soon about this issue, but this is more a kind of idea for the next discussion if we take upon this topic. I would like to thank first to the panelists for their valuable time and contribution to this session. We heard about very important issue about disasters, about navigating, which is a key word I would like to bring to all of you and to take from this debate, how to navigate in the climate challenges that comes in front of us, and of course, how to seize the opportunities. It's not only how to tackle with this issue, but also what you can improve, how you can improve. We speak about the need for the regulation, and of course we need more stable regulation and support from the government, both financial support, but of course providing stable legal environment, that the business will know where it goes, and then prepare accordingly. And we also heard from Ivana about personal behavior, about personal stories, how we have to bring the topic of climate to the people's mind, and then they take action every day. Open source data can provide a huge benefit for the business to navigate, so use all the open data as much as possible, especially climate prediction that we all will more or less know, and then take them into consideration. And finally, thank you for your attention. I'm instructed by Sasha there is a lunch. We have 40 minutes for lunch, so please, and the lunch will be served, if I'm not wrong, in front of us.
So we have a lunch in, let's say, duration of 40 minutes. Be fast, be quick, come back, and let's proceed with this really challenging conference and the topics which are covered and the issues which are brought. Thank you very much. See you in 40 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Be fast. Thank you.
Yes. There is present, right? 1, 2. Okay. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, panelists, and innovators. My name is Miloš Jevtić, and welcome to this exciting discussion on challenges in boosting innovation and entrepreneurship. We all know that this topic is at the core of economic growth, social development, and global competitiveness in today's rapidly evolving world. To start, I would like to emphasize that innovation and entrepreneurship are two powerful engines of progress. They drive new industries, improve lives, and solve complex challenges. Yet, as we all know, the road to innovation and entrepreneurship is far from easy. Today, we face a unique set of challenges that can either hinder or accelerate the progress of these vital activities. The question that also interests us today is, what are the specific characteristics of these challenges in the countries of our region? I hope that during this panel we will recognize and answer on those questions, and we will generate some new ideas and practical strategies for advancing innovation and entrepreneurship in our region. Today's panelists are experts and leaders who bring invaluable perspectives from their respective fields. Today's keynote speaker will be Mr. Laszlo Bodis, Deputy State Secretary of Innovation in the Ministry of Culture and Innovation from Hungary. He is also the CEO of the Hungarian Innovation Agency. We also have 4 panelists, Mr. Tiberiu Andrioei, Secretary General of the Romanian Association of Employers in Construction. He is also a member of the Confederation of Entrepreneurs and Investors of Romania. Mr. Dinko Erer, he comes from Germany, and he comes from IT sector. He is Vice President of Red Hat for the EMEA region, Central Europe, a region that consists of 23 countries. Professor Sanja Jeremić from Serbia. She is the Deputy Director of the Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering. The institute is part of the University of Belgrade and is a leading research organization in the technology transfer process with many examples of successful technology commercialization. And Mrs. Sandra Hodžić-Falk, a public sector professional and business consultant with extensive experience in corporate innovation, especially in the insurance sector. Okay, first, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Laszlo Bodis, who brings a wealth of expertise in the field. He will be delivering a 10-minute presentation on today's topics. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear guests, I warmly welcome everyone, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me here. Today I will give you a short presentation on what we did in the last couple of years in terms of research and innovation in Hungary. Maybe it could be a good starting point for this panel discussion after that. It will be no longer than 10-12 minutes. So, the first topic I will just shortly introduce is a challenge what we face all around the European Union when we're talking about the research and innovation gap in terms of if we compare ourselves to US and China. We have to say and have to realize that it's not a Balkan region problem, it's not a Hungarian problem, it's a European problem and challenge what we have to solve. After that, I will tell you some key results, what we achieved in the last couple of years, and after that, some key insights, what we did and what were the key measures. So basically, what is the challenge Europe faces? This chart shows or gives you the answer. In 1995, the European Union's countries, or European countries, reached 95% in terms of productivity if we compared the economies with the US economy. And since that, in the last 20, 25, or almost 30 years, now the productivity is decreasing if we compare ourselves to the US economy. That's a problem because if we are increasing this gap, then that means that our capability of bringing well-being to our people in our countries, we can do that if we are losing our competitive edge. What happened is basically, or one key factor in that productivity gap is that we lose or lost our leadership in technology. If you look at the top 50 technological firms globally, only 4 of them are European-based. And most of them are based in the US, obviously, and more of them are based in China. And if we look at another data here, is who are the top 3 R&D spender companies in these countries. In the years of 2000, pharmaceutical and automotive industry was the top R&D spender in the US and in Europe as well. In the years of the 2010, pharmaceutical industry and automotive industry were still the hugest spender in the European Union, but at that time it was also already the hardware and software companies in the US. And if we look at the current data, we see that now obviously the technological firms, Google, Meta, and other technological firms are the most important R&D spenders, and in the European Union still the pharmaceutical and automotive industry are the most important players. So we're just lagging behind in technological innovation. And there is also a funding parameter or factor in that. You can see on this chart that only the 5% of the global venture capital funds are located in the European Union, 52% is in the US, and now more than 40% is in China. So European ventures, European companies are lacking the necessary funding. And this increase of competitiveness is not just realized in innovation and technology, but also in scientific terms as well. On this chart, you can see the scientific outputs measured in publications, basically. If we compare these 3 major regions, you can see that in 2007, so basically no more than 15, 17 years ago, Europe's share was 25% still in global publications. Now it's around 18%, while the East Asian countries, including China, increased significantly. So when we are talking about what we could do in innovation and how can we proceed, we have to realize that we have to work strongly and deeply together with our European partners as well. So let's give you a short snapshot on key results, what we have achieved in innovation and research. You know that Hungary has strong foundations in research and science. Basically, if we take the per capita number of Nobel laureates globally, Hungary's rank is 11. We have 12 Nobel laureates who were born in Hungary, and much more of them if we look at the Hungarian roots as well. But now I brought these 12 brilliant minds who were born in Hungary. And you know, last year 2 Hungarian scientists received the Nobel Prize, Katalin Karikó, she's a biologist, and Ferenc Krausz, who's a physicist. Even though we see good progress in terms of different indexes, what we monitor each year, the Global Innovation Index, the European Innovation Scoreboard, Economic Complexity Index, IP Index, you can see this on the chart. So if we look at the Hungarian position in terms of population, Hungary's rank is 96 globally. We are a 10 million country, less than that now. If we look at the per capita GDP ranking, Hungary's rank is 47. And you can see that in terms of innovation and research, we are ahead of these numbers. Obviously, the Hungarian economy has a strong dual situation. That means that 42% of our GDP is produced by multinational companies. And obviously, these German, US, Chinese, Korean companies appear in these numbers, even though I think it's a good, we're on a good track. Here you can see the investments. Hungarian private sector and the state invests in research and development. You can see from year 2000 that we have significantly increased not just our GDP, but also our investment in research and development. And if we look at the GDP ratio and compare our investments to our GDP, we're currently standing at 1.4%, which is still significantly lower what we would like to see. And together with the 26 other European member countries, we committed ourselves to reach 3% in terms of GDP in R&D spending until 2030. If you look at the personnel, the people who are working in research and development, Hungary has made a significant increase. You can see that in the last 12, 14 years, since 2010, the number of people who are working in research and development, also in the private sector and in the academia as well, we have more than doubled this number. If we look at the relative data and see how many people are working in research and development per 1 million population, we are currently at 6,500 people, and this increase, this more than doubling in the last decade, was the third largest increase in the European Union. And obviously, PhD students, doctoral students play a decisive role in research and development. You can see that since 2014, we have increased the number of PhD students by more than 50%. And what is also very important and significant is that every third PhD student who is studying in Hungary are coming basically from abroad. So the Hungarian university ecosystem is very strongly internationalized. 15% of our students who are studying in the Hungarian universities are coming from abroad. So, and the last part of my presentation, how we did it and what are the key factors behind these results. And I would highlight 5 topics and 5 initiatives here. First is tax system. Basically, the Hungarian tax system is very investment friendly. We have the lowest corporate tax rate with 9% in the European Union, and we give several types and significant amount of tax breaks for research and development activities, investments, and employing PhD students and PhD holders as well. The second factor is that Hungary created several years ago a dedicated fund for research and innovation. We called it National Research Development and Innovation Fund. There is a special tax that medium-sized and large companies have to pay. We call it innovation tax, which is based on the revenue, basically, and we create a separated fund from these tax revenues, and we spend it on innovation and research. And obviously, because this tax is based on the revenue of the companies with the GDP growth, and when the companies are increasing their revenues, this tax amount is increasing as well each year. The third factor is that we were able to create and establish a very well performing, I would say, FDI policy, foreign direct investment policy, and several research centers were opened in the last couple of years by German, US, and also East Asian companies. So that increase I just showed you in the number of people who are working in R&D. A significant part of them is coming from those multinational R&D centers that are now operating in the Hungarian ecosystem. The fourth factor is that we are strongly committed to connect our universities and research institutions to the economy through different initiatives by the government. And the fifth factor is that we are focusing our investments and initiatives. Hungary is a 10 million population country again. We cannot spend on every topic, every area that we see, and we made a decision to support those programs and those projects that are basically can categorize in these 3+1 areas: digitization, green transition, health, and security. So these are, in my opinion, the key factors behind the Hungarian innovation ecosystem, and I don't want to give you the message that obviously we also have problems. We also have huge challenges in the Hungarian research and innovation ecosystem we face. We're facing problems with our startup and VC ecosystem. We are still facing challenges with the innovation rate of our SME sector, etc., etc. Obviously, we are trying to solve these challenges. I just wanted to show you these factors as, once again, it could be somehow a good starting point for our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bodis, that you share with us experience from Hungary. And I would now like to ask a question to our first panelist, Mr. Tiberio Andrei. We agreed that you have 2 rounds of questions. When innovation and entrepreneurship are developed in isolation, when innovation and entrepreneurship are divided, they are unable to realize their full potential. It's similar with fragmented markets. And what are the major themes that are absent from the regional dialogue in the Balkans countries?
Thank you for the questions. Let's have the straight approach as entrepreneurs usually have. To be sure, we can find some solutions later on between politics, concepts, sectorial policies, concepts to be applied into the business. Because as it's known, real transformation appear only in that area where shortcoming is accepted and recognized. So with my experience in Western Balkans, including Romania, Balkans in general, I'm very keen to understand which are the differences and how can we go to the results. Let's have a framework together, speaking about the topic of this panel today, and to understand that by the book innovation, it's part of the competitivity among the development and productivity. There are very important concepts which are skipping from time to time, even we are looking to pay attention. And meanwhile, entrepreneurship has a fundamental role to make that innovation is applicable and it's prepared enough for the financing systems. And both innovation and entrepreneurship are very linked with the relevant economic flows. All these elements are important and very well interconnected. What is my experience here in this part of the world, having also other experience in Middle East and North of Africa, but we are very interested to understand each other here at home, let's say, in the Southeast Europe and in Balkans. What I saw, first of all, it's a big and very juicy market, but too fragmented for different reasons. For ethnic aspects, for the mindset, mainly by mindset, and also for different kind of formal or informal barrier. We should understand that and to work together. It's not for everybody because it's a matter of effort to be done, but it's the only way to accept each other and to work in common projects. Usually the entrepreneurs, mainly those one which already has success, they consider the equation of the success can be applied everywhere. It's not. It's not. We are very conservative, all of us. We are pretending we are very interested to protect our comfort. It's quite normal, it's human. But the big projects in this dynamic world can be done only through cooperation. What I saw also, it's about competitivity. Looking for the statistic of CompNet, the body of European Union regarding competitivity, and the OECD reports, I saw that in this part of the Europe, the productivity, it's average 40 to 60%, while in the Western Europe, it's quite 80%. Maybe the best companies are reaching 85 to till 90%. So we have a good area to growth actually in this aspect, considering that the resources are internal resources. So we should not look outside about improving our productivity. Another difficulty what I saw, it's very linked with competitivity actually, is that very slow rhythm of adopting of new technologies. Again, we are very conservative here in this part of the Europe, and what I saw, there are studies which all over the world, it's known, there are few stages to adopt new things, not only new high-tech issues, but in general new things. And there are innovators, 2.5%, which are assuming risks, early adopters, 13%, which adopting innovation after seeing the benefits, which is quite normal entrepreneuring speaking, and early majority 34% with the late majority, another 35%. So this is a general aspect which we should consider when we are facing with new challenges in our lives. But what I saw, for example, for Romania, in Romania in this moment we have 1.5% adopting appetite, while in the average in Europe it's quite 8%. So also in Europe we have some problem to adopting, maybe comparing with the other big players in this world, with the United States or China. So we have something to do at home. Again, we can do it together, but we should consider and to accept this kind of challenges which are linked somehow with our local mindset. Also, to be better adopters, it's very important to understand in our companies we have some changes to be made, not at least at the level of the equipment, but also in the manner of relation between people in the companies. Because usually a company is based in with a human resources structure, which is a theoretical aspect of a company, and we consider the chain of command, it's very straight. It's not, actually. There are influencers, there are bottlenecks inside, there are people which are not used at their own potential because they are more introvert, for example. So we should consider also this kind of aspects. In my experience, I'm already using some softwares which are based in social aspects and mathematic algorithms behind, but we can use this kind of tools to improve our agility of organizations. Also, what I saw, it's difficult. We are not prepared to attract financing system. There is a market. There are markets actually for private equity mainly. Also, we have public subsidies, but we are not always prepared with plans, with pitch decks, to propose our plans because we are not very transparent in our activity. It's very difficult to create a design, real design of the businesses to be accepted by the financing bodies. It's a lesson to be learned together somehow, even we are a small or medium company with low resources and low experience. Another important thing linked by the relevant flows, international flows, I saw we have difficulties in international economic relations. In a very open world, very dynamic world, it's mandatory to have this experience, starting again from the mindset. Let's see that like that. I saw recently some statistics. In this part of the Europe, Slovenia, if I remember correctly, 86% of the small and medium companies has these international connections for export mainly. For Hungary and Poland, I saw something 50–60%, and for Romania, 40 or 40 something. So we have a ground to grow. Because we have a huge potential by diversity here in this part of the Europe. We are speaking about innovation. We are good innovators, let's say. We have this potential, but we should be able to promote this innovation to make it applicable, being also good entrepreneurs. So one last point is that decarbonization, actually the link with of our businesses with new trends in the world, it's nothing to be pleasant or not. It's a matter of disruptive aspects. I saw there is a big gaps between different regions, even in Europe, not without speaking outside of Europe. This kind of gaps, and with the new technologies in our hands today, all the effects are multiplied. So we should be careful to be do not be too much conservative, to be more agile. We have instruments. I saw a couple of days ago, I spoke with the American professor from INSEAD. We saw that there is a very small dimension of using of artificial intelligence in different aspects of the life. But in a short time, maybe in 10 or 20 years, we will consider artificial intelligence like a software, as we consider software today. So we are growing too fast. We should be very agile. So those are some aspects, if you accepted my challenge to discuss, are real today challenges. We should be more dynamic, more adaptive with these new realities of the life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask Mr. Dinko Erer. You are talking a lot about open leadership and how open leadership can boost innovation and entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Milos. Let me start with two thank you before I answer your question. So the first one, thank you to all of you to coming to Zagreb. That's my home city. I was struggling how I can see my parents, and then the solution was Saško organized the conference in my city. So thank you. I visited my mother and my father. They are saying thank you to you. But there is also a second thank you. We are in a beautiful hotel. We speak about innovation, and that hotel re-innovate them in 120 years again and again. We can see how tradition and the new stuff is coming together. But there is a personal story. In the 80s, as I was studying in this city, I was going every single day passing this hotel, and I didn't have enough money for coffee in this hotel. It was already at this time very expensive, and Saško paid today not only coffee, but also lunch. Thank you very much. And as I was already in the city, I met after our cocktail party yesterday, good wine, by the way, I met 10 friends of mine for the dinner yesterday evening in the city. And in the preparation for today, I asked all of them, all 10, what you believe are few biggest, dangerous, challenging things in the world today. And all 10 gave exactly the same answers. Two things, and I agree, unfortunately. The danger of the third world war, and all about nuclear war and all this politics stuff. And the second one, all about climate change. And I agree. But today, talking about innovation and challenges, I'm raising the hand to say, I see the technology not only as the biggest opportunity, but as the biggest challenge, as the biggest danger. And I would appreciate if I can put 3 topics and speak a little bit about it. One is the democratization of technology. The second one is the decarbonization of the technology. And the third one is technological nationalism happening everywhere in the world, but especially in the European Union. So with the democratization of technology, I believe we are in the danger on 2 levels. The first one, we absolutely are slaves of the big technology concerns. We don't have any idea what is happening with our data. We are completely doing what they tell us to do. They listen to us what we have to do. Their software is closed. Their data centers are closed. As a human being, as an IT leader, as a businessman, but also as somebody who is a leader of the open source community, I'm raising the hand. We have to speak about it. We have to stop that. But there is even bigger danger behind that. That is, if the bad guys take over such big tech concerns, then we are in a real trouble. Then we can really go back to the first 2 topics, that is the Third World War and that is the climate change. To do that, I'm suggesting 2 or 3 levels of changes. The first one sounds technical, but it isn't. It is my private hobby, but it is relevant for all of us. That is a request to open all data, all codes, all software. Actually today, you will be surprised, we are making huge progress. Actually, today, 76% of all software in the world is open. What open software means that everybody can read the code, everybody own it, everybody can change it, and whoever wants can make money around it. We are all here to make money at the end of the day. That's normal, to pay the taxes, to have enough money for healthcare, schools, kindergarten, and so on. That is the first requirement what the society has to do. And I saw a lot of policymakers in the room, and that is the reason why I'm raising that. Sashko, you and I discussed one topic, and may I disagree publicly. You said no politicians, and we all understand that. However, all changes and all dangers can't be solved without politicians. So I believe we have raised the hand and open discussion. The second thing is all about the open culture, and that is so connected to the technology and to everything. And every time I say technology, your brain may translate the word to the politic. I'm not a politician, but at the end of the day, everything what we do is politic. The first what we need is a transparency. The second what we need is inclusivity. We are still excluding the huge countries in the world. We are still excluding the power people from the education, from the technology, from the success. We need much more collaboration between everybody and everything, and I have to say what Susanna and Sashko are doing here is going exactly in the right direction. We need much more communities, but we need, and that is innovation. What is innovation? Wikipedia says it is if you make something new. We need adaptability to change ongoing. And your question was, I believe, known a little bit as somebody who believes in the open leadership. What we need as a leaders, independent, industry, politics, NGOs, doesn't matter, banks, there are a lot of banks today. We need a shared values and principles. We don't have that today. We lost it as a society completely. We need a people who feel empowered. I repeat, open source, open culture, open leadership. We need leaders who are mentors and not executors. I am fighting in my company. They always want me to be executor. And I said, no, I'm leader. I'm leading into the future. My team, my customers, my partners, and I'm not Excel execution engine. We need also leaders who are accountable. Hear you, the word politic, I didn't say it, but I meant it. We need a common language a little bit. Yeah, we don't understand each other what we need. And the last topic for now, for this moment, is I believe we need to be comfortable to share the ideas. There is a wording which I learned in the last few years. Sharing is giving, sharing is getting. Yeah? And I strongly believe if we do that more. And I will give you, at the end of my opening speech, a few numbers, if I may. There are, in this area already, 100 million official open source developers in the world. There is no other industry in the world having 100 million people working under your radar. You don't probably know any of them, but they are making our life easier, but we have to include them in the official talks. I just learned a few weeks ago, there are annually 3 million scientific works in the world. Good, 3 million, a lot. I am not scientist, but there is a statement when a document is really scientific document. Sanya, you will probably be more able to explain that. Do you know that we are running actually 4 million open source, open culture, open leadership projects in the world, and you don't know anything about it? Let us help to come together all the time and to include all of that. And I will finish with the last number. Of all these people that are working with me, 70% of all these people are younger than 24 years. Younger than 24 years. So I started a little bit skeptical, but at the end of the day, I'm so optimistical. They will change the society, they will change the politics, they will change the technology. And I apologize, I said the last topic, that is the technology nationalism. That is a little bit different as the first term where I said we have to democratize technology. With that, I mean technology in total, because of this danger, bad guys, and all about that, and our data. With the technology nationalism, I mean completely wrong direction, where the most countries in Europe are going. They said, okay, we don't want these big tech companies own our data, and they make a national data centers, a national data, and I even don't know what is more worse, that one dictator own my data or one tech gigant. So, and we have to fight against that. That is what they call now, it's very popular, sovereign cloud. I don't want that. I want open society, open data, open culture, and open leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dinko, for very interesting view on this topic. Okay, now I would like to ask Professor Sanja Jeremić, from the perspective of a research institution you come from, what are the key challenges that hinder the development of a successful innovation in ecosystem in Serbia?
Thank you for the question, Miloš. I come from quite a different sector today. So my home institution, Institute of Molecular Genetics and Genetic Engineering, is actually focused and specialized in fundamental research and also innovations in the sectors of biomedicine and biotechnology. So that I will speak from that point of view today. And I can say that actually we achieved quite a success when it comes to translating our research outcomes to something that is applicable and actually to market-ready products. And it was not easy, but we can say that we have secured the funding for a variety of our innovations that come from science and that are the different technology readiness level. We also established 6 license agreements, and we launched 2 spin-out companies. So for the institute that has 150 researchers, I think that it's reasonable and decent success. As I said, it was not actually easy, and there are, even if we have, despite our actually success, we all must agree that in Serbia innovative system, we have a lot of challenges that has to be overcome if we want to make a different society. Today I will probably focus just on one of those challenges, and I must say that from my point of view, if you're trying to advance biotech innovations in the Serbian region, the main challenge is actually limited communication and partnership between public and private sector. So first, we must have in mind that in Serbia, for example, you have funds for innovations. They exist, but they are limited. And Serbia market still does not have a robust network of venture capitalists or angel investors that are willing to risk and invest in innovations that come from science and technology. I will have to add to that biotechnological innovations require nearly 7 years actually to reach their full potential and show if they are commercialized, they can be commercialized and viable in that sense. So as a researcher, for example, innovator that works in a governmentally funded institution, you encounter a significant problem. You will have funds for the beginning of your innovation and your idea development, but then you have a problem with the private sector because private sector hesitates in investing and supporting your idea. You're actually a risk for them. It is even more emphasized when it comes to establishing spin-out companies, because if your founder institution, your home institution, remains even a small part of ownership, then private sector sees you as a really high-risk business to invest in. So that's actually the point where I think that we have to act and make some changes. When you're a young scientist, researcher who has a great idea, you have 2 ways to go. One way is actually your traditional way, how to proceed to your scientific research career, and the other way is to become a rebel and try with the innovations. And since in this region, I think we are all seeking for some kind of security, secure jobs and secure positions, it is obvious that all of our researchers always choose the regular way where they don't have to make some risky choices. So I will stop here. So I think that's actually the point where we have to make some changes and actually make for our researchers more appealing this way to go to the entrepreneurship and innovations.
Thank you. And now we come to Sandra, who has experience from operating an innovating lab in the insurance sector in Canada. And I prepared 1 question about the human side of this topic. And what interesting to me is, I hope our audience, what are challenges and opportunities that you have faced creating culture of innovation that you can share with us today?
Awesome, thank you. Can everybody hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having us here this afternoon. So as Milos said, I come to you with a little bit of a different perspective today. So I'm going to talk about innovation and social innovation in particular from the Canadian context, even though I do have Balkan roots, and it's been really enlightening hearing about some of the challenges and opportunities for enhanced collaboration in this region. I'm learning a lot of stuff that I can bring back home to Canada, and hopefully I can share some elements that might assist in the important dialogues that we're having here today. So when we talk about innovation and challenges and opportunities, often we hear about innovation in terms of technology and tech. And I think that in an era of fast tech and in a world that's fast evolving, right? We think about ChatGPT, and a lot of us really have that on hand every day with everything that we do. We often don't spend enough time talking about the social or the human part of innovation, right? Some of my colleagues touched upon that earlier. I'd like to spend some time on that. So when I worked in the insurance sector, being one of the leaders in the innovation lab, it was quite an interesting irony because insurance in and of itself, like many financial services industries, is of course extremely conservative. Like, I mean extremely, right? Things move very, very slowly, as in any formal structure. So having an innovation lab that's off the side of this insurance company was really quite revolutionary at that time. So we were kind of a dotted line to the organization. We weren't really part of the organization, so we could get away being disruptors. We could get away with experimentation and doing things a little bit differently, which was interesting. So I'll talk to you today about things that I've experienced as a leader in this sector, as well as things that I've seen that have gone well and not gone well. So I'll try to be brief. I don't like to hear myself speak too much. I'd much rather save my time for a two-way conversation with all of you at the end through questions and answers. So I'm going to package these challenges in terms of 7 sins. I'm going to call them sins. They're essentially challenges. So 7 sins to creating a culture of innovation. Product innovation, service innovation, I think that's the technical stuff that sometimes can be a lot easier, dare I say. You might challenge me on that, but I'll say it's a lot easier because it's more formulaic compared to the human and the social side and the mentality and psychology around innovating. So my challenges are related to the latter. So one thing that I've seen that was an automatic killer of innovation in all of its facets was this sort of aptitude or a lack of aptitude towards taking risks. So risk aversion, right? It's the inability to adapt the possibility that we might actually fail if we try something new, right? Everybody's afraid of the F word. We don't like to use it. We don't like to be it. We don't like to live it. It's extremely demotivating, especially if you find yourself in an environment, right? My background is in government, working on regulation and policies. In such a structured environment, the potential to fail, I mean, that's like the ultimate outcome you want to try to avoid. So creating the space, and for leaders, to Dinko's point earlier, for leadership to adopt the psychological safety to allow their teams to fail, to be able to take on calculated risks, I think is the ultimate pillar that will lead way to all sorts of innovative and out-of-box ideas as we move forward. So risk aversion was an automatic killer in this organization for innovation. My second challenge is dogma. Okay, so what I mean when I say dogma is we're not going to do this. Why? Because we've always done things this way, right? It's these deeply rooted mindsets that prevent any kind of conversations around doing things differently from prevailing. So that's very, very related to the risk aversion thing, and the two kind of go hand in hand here. And this rhetoric was most prominent sort of at that leadership level, and it came down to individual contributors. It was a real stifle to anything new and interesting. The third of the 7 sins is a lack of innovation accounting. We talked a lot about data today, right? In our 2 previous panels, we heard a lot about data, demonstrating value, as it should be the case, especially when you're working with funders and financiers looking for support. To get support for your ideas, you need to demonstrate value. Unless your company can demonstrate a clear return on investment, or if you're in government, a social return on investment, it makes it extremely difficult and challenging to talk about why your idea or program or product is deserving of support, both theoretically and practically when it comes to securing funding. So to start a lab, in my case with insurance, and to start talking about insurance products and garnering support for them, we have to have a substantiated element of innovation accounting that's very clear on when that ROI will be realized. And in many cases, it's a year-over-year thing. We actually don't see the fruit of that labor until many years out, 7 years plus out, as my colleague was saying. Number 4 is something that we've heard about earlier. A lot of it has to do with leadership. It's that lack of leadership support for the invention or the idea. So when I was working on creating an innovation program in insurance, I was new. I came from government. That's my background. I was 15 years in the public sector, and all of a sudden, I found myself in insurance leading this innovation lab. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh, how am I going to create this innovation program? How do we diversify? I'm new here. This is a new industry. One thing that really helped me step outside my box and approach the program with confidence wasn't anything technical. I had the technical background. It wasn't anything to do with the insurance products themselves. It had to do with building support with leadership from the top down, so socializing the idea of this program with individuals that are going to speak fondly of it way after you've left the room. So people that are your supporters, that are your, let's call them evangelists, okay? We've heard that word before. That way, you're not the only one going up against organizational antibodies. You're not the only one fighting for these ideas. Now you have a team of supporters at these critical tables, at the leadership table, talking about the same things you're talking about and supporting you. But it doesn't stop there. It's this leadership support, right? But at the same time, you want to build ground-up support as well. This is what's helped me in the sector when it came to leading this innovation team. It's this top-down approach, but this bottom-up approach as well. So talking to individual contributors. We know that innovative ideas, great ideas, come from everywhere. It's not just the leaders that have these ideas. We have to democratize, right? Democratizing great innovative ideas comes from opening up the leadership doors and allowing staff to be able to share their knowledge and feel comfortable enough for them to share that without being penalized in the end in some way. So when bottom-up innovation meets top-down innovation, they meet in the middle, and that's that perfect sweet spot where we can actually have open dialogue, where we can criticize, where we can regularize small failures in a way that won't be detrimental to our careers, to our culture, to our companies, to our products, to innovation generally, okay? Number 5, related to all of this, what I saw was, being in this very formal structure, strict hierarchies were the killer of innovation. We heard from colleagues just a few moments ago about agility, right? We talked about being agile. We hear a lot about that when we talk about process improvement and efficiencies. It's not unlike innovation in the sense that if I and my team in this lab wanted to socialize an idea with a different team or a different leader, we had to have the aptitude and the openness to move across the hierarchy and have these critical discussions without being penalized and told, you go back to this part of the world because you're an individual contributor, or you're not senior enough, or whatever the case may be, right? So Neutralizing and creating a horizontal structure across our organization, I found, was really the ingredient that led to successful conversations and for us gaining approval on many of our insurance product ideas. No set budgets, right? So this is similar to the innovation accounting part. In order to experiment and take things to market, of course, we have to have a budget line when it comes to our strategies that talks about specific allocations dedicated to innovation to allow us to actually truly put meat to what we're talking about. So that's really a critical part in all of this. And it kind of ties into the seventh sin or the seventh challenge. It brings it all together, is not having strategic alignment with your innovation efforts. Strategies are the roadmaps to how organizations run. None of this is a surprise. We talk about 3 to 5 year strategies. They're critical because they give us instructions for how to organize ourselves in the face of future risk. If we're talking about innovation as being a priority, yet at the same time not creating mention of innovation in your strategic planning documents for the organization, whether it's government, industry, what have you, it's simply not going to be taken seriously. And this is what I found both in 15 years in the public sector as well as 3 years in insurance, in the insurance sector as well. In order to prioritize and give funding to this and allow teams to experiment and try something new, we have to see this leadership commitment to innovation written down on paper in our strategic planning documents. That's really such a critical part of it. You can't live it if you don't see it. I'll end really quickly, Milos, so I'll talk about the opportunity. So these were the challenges, the 7 sins to innovation culture. It won't be a surprise, the opportunities that I saw that led way and opened doors to these critical dialogues was really the socialization aspect of creating that support, both at the senior most leadership levels with critical movers, senior leaders, senior vice presidents, and so on, as well as simultaneously with your individual contributors, and bringing those teams together and democratizing conversations in a way where there's, we kind of put convention aside and invite everybody around the table to talk about things in a way that's going to be in the best interest of the company or the product, as opposed to protecting our titles. So I'll end it here. I hope that we can continue this conversation towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it will be useful to see how to define some plan of action for tomorrow maybe, but shortly please, for Mr. Tiberiu, I would like to ask you which actions should stakeholders take to ensure that the Balkans can compete effectively in the current regional dynamics?
Yes, it's difficult to provide simple answers to complex issues, but if you agree, it's my challenge for all of you to accept one word, the rhythm. We need rhythm to be more agile, having a lot of technology around us, a lot of tools, we should be able to access them. But as I proposed in my intervention before, it's a matter of mindset. Cross-cultural intelligence quotient, it's very important, could be exercised. It's an effort to be made, but we should do it. If you agree this at strategical level, the tactical one could be resumed in 2-3 elements. One, it's to encouraging the ecosystem of incubation, acceleration, and launching of the activities, and this could be done at every level, not only at the highest companies, for example, to improve the synergies between academic, educational environment and entrepreneurial one, because there is a big gap here all over the world, as I see. Another aspect could be to improve the ability of connection to financial resources. Even we are speaking about private equity or subsidies from governments, it's all about the risk, but we should be able to show our ability to manage the risk in this dynamic period. And another one is to become more international in activity, because we really need to access the supply chains, the good resources, and also top technology. Otherwise, will remain somehow blocked in that gap of differentiation of capabilities in a very competitive world. So there are many aspects, but I think from my point of view, it's something to take away from today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to ask Mr. Dinko, we mentioned during the cocktail yesterday that you are for many years living in Germany, and you mentioned that Europe can learn something from Balkans countries.
Of course, a lot. We are simply better. And I have two details for that. So the question was how Balkan or Eastern Europe or Southeastern Europe can help the rest of the world, especially the Europe and European Union. May I start with the two very simple details from the daily life? I live 33 years in Germany. I'm coming regularly here. And if I want to park my car in Frankfurt, where I live, I still need the coins to pay the park slot at the street. In Zagreb, no chance. Everything is digitalized. That's one example. And the second one of the part of my job is to visit the customers every single day. And if I come to the building, they ask you for the ID. My colleagues from Eastern European countries take the iPhone, and they have their ID in the most countries from Poland to South digitalized. What I am doing, I didn't prepare, they have it confidentially. I take my ID and I show that to them. That's a small detail to say we are already very good. But then I was thinking, Milos, after our talk, what are maybe few innovative, technological, IT things which I can suggest to all of us to be concrete as good as possible. In my first part, I was a little bit negative, and I would like to be now very positive for all of us. First thing, if I would want to describe what is common in the business of this world between governments, industry, education, academia, and so far, that is that we are living more and more in the platform economy. In the past, BMW or Mercedes were doing almost everything. Then they moved to take the pieces from some suppliers. The world changed completely, and if they do the car today, that is a mix of IT companies, ecosystem companies, design companies, many, many different people. Almost, if I go to such big companies of 10 people in the project, 2 are from this company and 8 are from outside. It's a beautiful example in Belgium. There was a big fight in the last 10 years between fintech and the banks, and here's what Belgium did. The biggest Belgian banks came together and they set up a fintech. And all of them own 4 biggest Belgian banks, 25%. And whatever this fintech do in this new cool stuff, apps and cloud native and agile, they take it and everybody has the same, and then on top they can sell the services. The benefit of the platform economy is you can sit wherever you want in the world and you can contribute. And the second benefit is you can skip the level of development in industrialization. And I have 2 or 3 very concrete examples. The first one, even everybody is talking about it, and in the last few months I was unsure, do I also want to speak about it? I made a decision to do it. That's all about artificial intelligence. And do you know who is the most innovative in AI in the world at the moment? You would be probably surprised, Africa. And here's why. Very smart leaders in Africa said, we cannot set up the cars, Tesla and BMW are better. We cannot be Siemens. We don't have enough money to set up the big worldwide banks, but we have smart people. They invested in education, and the most innovation in AI is coming from Africa, okay? But here's something much more important for these countries. What is actually happening in the AI area is almost nothing. We all are totally on a high level. We don't understand how huge opportunity is in front of us. There is something very new in this word that is what I call distributed economy. You can train your models wherever you are. There is no need you go to United States, to Canada, to Germany and be a part of the big companies. If I may suggest something really big to these countries, skip everything what you are doing today and go into the AI level. And that is not an IT question. For us as an IT, AI is a little bit faster computer. It is a business question, what you want to achieve with that, and the potential is huge. There is the second thing, which I learned in the first 2 sessions today, that all about environment, ecology is important, and here I have a very concrete suggestion. As I open it, I said I will speak about the democratization of technology, technology nationalism, I did it, and I also said I will speak about decarbonization of technology. Actually, with official data today, all airplanes in the world are responsible for 2% of CO2 in the air. Official data is that all data centers are also responsible for the same amount of CO2, but nobody is talking. Everybody speaks about transport, flights, the companies. I have a problem sometimes to get approval of my customer to visit me in my briefing center because the companies are not approving the flying. And there is a just new study, maybe 2 weeks old, that all these environmental reports of big tech companies are fake. There is a study telling that the real outcome of a CO2 from the IT is 600% bigger, as they are telling us. There is a solution for that. It is a modern software, and that is coming back to my open source, open culture, open leadership. We don't know today how they are programming, but if that would be open, we can make a software in the world which would reduce need for data centers, servers, storage, network, all these devices. We would save the earth if we do a better technology. And there is nobody in the western part of Europe, of world, taking care about it. Huge opportunity for Balkan and Eastern Europe to step into this. And there is a third thing, which is not so cool, but very important. I call that single digital solutions. There is a proof that in 2025, that's by the way 2.5 months from today, 80% of everything in the world, all goods and all services will be sold digitally. Can you realize that? 80%. And then I was thinking, as I came to yesterday here, I bought my flight ticket digitally. I reserved this hotel digitally. I reserved the restaurant yesterday evening digitally. At the end of the day, the only one thing, if I go to the bakery, that's the only one thing which I don't buy digitally. There's a huge amount of need for the digitalization in the world. Everybody is talking about it. My mother is, I just mentioned my mother, isn't it? She said, thank you that we are in Zagreb. Just kidding. She is permanently on iPhone. 24 hours. She's 81 years old. And she's completely upset if something is not working immediately. So the need for the digital solution is huge. Ignore everything else. Work in the platform economy. Spend the time on AI. Spend the time on a software. And even if you are a bank, you are not programmer, but invest in somebody who is doing that. And at the end of the day, work on this. We call that marketplace, where you put your solution, and Balkan can overrun Western Europe and Atlantic countries and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I was positive, Milos, now in the second half.
Okay, and I will ask Sanja, what do you propose at the end to promote innovation and overcome challenges?
Well, so far during this panel across different sectors, we saw that boosting entrepreneurship and innovation is quite a complex work. So there are different levels where different stakeholders should act if we want to to foster this type of activities. But maybe I would like to point out just a couple of activities that we are performing as an institution and as a country. So first, very important thing is to change the regulatory environment and change the legal framework in order to foster innovative thinking. I will try quickly to explain. For researchers in Serbia, and I guess that in countries in the region it's quite similar, you have to advance through your scientific career, and you have actually steps. You have to fulfill some requirements regarding the scientific papers that you publish, projects that you complete, students that you supervise. So until recently, all these criteria were focused only on your academic presentation of your research. And now our Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovation started changing the legal framework. So now actually we are giving some kind of freedom to our people. They can choose the path they will have in their career. They are actually allowed and they are fostered to do innovations. So now actually they will have fruitful career. Either they choose to go just academic route and publish their papers, or they can maybe wait a little bit and there try to develop their idea to something applicable at the market. So I think that actions like this, changing legal framework, changing the laws and laws should be aligned between the countries at the region, and we should do it together at the same way. The other thing that we performed as an institution that I would like also to point out is education. It's really important to start as early in somebody's career as we can. It's almost 10 years that we established our own sector for technology transfer, and through these 10 years actually we educated, we trained, we taught our people how to recognize a good idea, how to protect their intellectual property, how to write a patent application, how to negotiate with the industrial sector. So now, for example, we have 5 researchers that are able to help and to support our own employees. And I think that it is important to have in mind that maybe we should start with this type of education even at undergraduate studies. In Serbia, we always complain when you have some activities like industrial open days and collaborations with industry and academia. We always complain that even we have this type of gatherings, we still don't speak the same language, industrial sector and the public sector, actually the academia. And we probably don't. I'm speaking from the point of the researchers. We don't know how to sell our idea. We don't speak this entrepreneurial language, and that's why it is hard for us to attract money and to attract collaborations. And on the other side, actually, industrial private sector does not have any idea how can we help them. So we are starting from our side, and we are educating our people, actually, how to explain what they are doing and how to explain their research to industrial stakeholders.
Thank you. And at the end, Mrs. Sandra, according to your background, how can we create more space for social innovation in government, industry, and non-profit sector?
Yes, thank you. So I think this is related to answering this question, but I'll kind of go around it. So I want to address what my colleague Dino Era just talked about when it comes to the need for digitization and digital solutions and this sort of overwhelming focus on tech when we talk about innovation. So I spent the first 3 months, or first little bit of this year in 2024, consulting with the government of Abu Dhabi and Dubai, right? And what I can tell you is when it comes to service delivery and their aptitude towards innovation and technological advancements, a lot of these entities are living in 2065 compared to the rest of us, right? I mean, it was mind-blowing, the stuff that I saw. And it wasn't necessarily all due to their aptitude towards digitizing. That was a part of it, but it was a small part. What I saw that blew my mind and that I took away with me was this focus on customer or citizen centricity. CX, we've heard it, we've done it, right? And I think that CX is such a critical part of the whole conversation around innovation. Because rather than assuming that we know what our citizens and customers want, i.e., let's just advance in tech. Everybody wants tech. Everybody wants to use digital service delivery. What they did was moved away from that and actually tested it with the cohort of the population. So it was very methodical and scientific in that way. So what they did was they polled their population, they said, what is your preferred way of receiving these social services or social innovations, right? And if you're 55 plus or 65 plus, it's not assumed that you'll want a digital service delivery when you go out and seek health services or housing services or whatever. A lot of the people are saying, well, I actually still prefer face-to-face. So then they went to individuals with physical and intellectual abilities, which of course is a cohort of the population, and their needs should be reflected in design as well. And they said, actually, I prefer to receive SMS, right? You guys say SMS, text messages, whatever. So it's not one or the other. So I think when we talk about social innovation, we talk about sort of customer and citizen experience, what I prefer to take away is that tech is only one small part of it. What's more important is flipping the design, the service and product design around, and actually letting the public and the citizens inform how you create and how you design, and then using that intel, that data, to design sort of a multimodal approach to service delivery. It's not either or. It's not technology or face-to-face. It's not brick and mortar or text or digital. I believe what we can learn from this experience I chatted with you about in the Emirates is that it's going to be all of the above. And knowing how to innovate with society, with your citizens, with your customers is going to always depend on what they're telling you they want, as opposed to us assuming that we actually know how they prefer to receive that. So I just wanted to plant that seed. I'd love to continue this conversation afterwards if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since I think that we have a bit of time, we can take questions from audience now. Feel free to raise hand and ask directly our participants today. We don't have questions from audience, huh? Okay.
Oh, we have one question in the back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Again, me, Diana Pradesh from the Australian Embassy. I just wanted to ask you, you said that young people, they are the leaders and they will digitalize the world, and, you know, everything is, stays with them, so they are future leaders. But how do you explain the situation? So Australia is thinking about banning social media to children younger than 16. So will this have an impact? Because it's a large community of young people, so will this have an impact on the future?
Who is the question for?
I don't know, whoever wants to answer this question.
Who wants to know? So, was the question what we think about banning the social media for the children? Was that a question? The audio quality was not so good, so I'm not sure.
What I heard, and tell me if I'm wrong or right, is when we talk about multimodal service delivery, digital, face-to-face, online, how do we factor in for minors and younger individuals? Yes. I think that's really, still works? Yes. I mean, from my perspective, it's really challenging, and I think we have to take a balanced approach to it, right? I think in a lot of cases, it's about limiting what kind of information is critical and is to be received in digital modes versus other alternative modes. So, ooh, that was really loud. So I don't think it's a perfect formula. I think it's going to be dependent on what the service is. If there's an alternative for minors to receive the benefit in an alternate way, I as a mother would certainly vouch for that due to the risks associated with social media and all of the above that we know of. But I think that's going to require some navigating, and it's going to be situation specific. Not sure if my colleagues have anything to add.
Okay, Mr. Tibera.
It's open. I have another, my opinion actually, based on one recent report that I read. The human body is able to assimilate 1 million bytes per second, and it's able to process 15 bytes per second. So it's a huge effort to be done. The mind of young people is not prepared to process in a good way and they should be able to understand the human part of the life first. So it's a kind of differentiation between ability to use technology and to use the technology.
I'm still struggling with the question, so I will answer something what I understood, but I apologize, it is not wrong. It is not right. It's a big question about education of the children. And when you start with digital, do you do only digital? And here's my humble opinion. I believe we have to slow down, start with the digital technology only, and spend as much as possible the first, let me say, 10 years of the life of the young person, that they learn to read, to write, to count, and all this stuff. I really believe some countries made a huge mistake to move fully to the digital. But what I also see now in some countries is full banning of the technology in the schools. That is as alcohol in America in the 20s was not successful, will never be successful. They will always find a way. So I believe we have to educate the people, the children better about benefits and the risks. We don't have anything to do to say don't do it, but in the learning process, I enjoy the way how we all did it, and I would suggest that. Something very, very nice is happening within the children. My son is 21 years old. He installed on his own the app on his smartphone, reducing his usage of the social media. And he is suggesting me to do the same.
Thank you for answering this question. Do we have more questions for our audience? No? Okay, then thanks all the participants for taking part in this session, and thank you for interesting ideas and experiences that you share with us today. Thank you. Thank you.
My panelists to join me on the stage. Take a seat. Just sit where you like. Okay, we have the challenge of being the final session of the day. Thank you all for staying. We've got a great panel here. You might be disturbed to see there's even more speakers, but we're going to do a great job of tackling these issues, I think, very quickly. So we're running about half an hour late, and this session is meant to last 1.5 hours. We may finish before that if everybody's very disciplined. So the topic and focus of this session is where we stand in the region in terms of the green energy transition, and in particular how we can accelerate the transition to clean energy in the region. Just to introduce myself, my name's Joan Hoey. My professional association for the past 30 years or so has been with the Economist Group as an Balkans and Eastern Europe analyst, first of all, and then running the Europe team at the Economist Intelligence Unit. So that's a focus on country analysis and forecasting. So, you know, I guess the question is, how can a region in which, in some countries at least, coal is still king, can transform the energy and transport landscape in a more sustainable direction? How feasible and realistic is it actually to meet these EU emissions targets and the national energy and climate targets that all the countries have adopted, first of all by 2030 and then out to 2050. So that's what we're focused on now. We're very lucky to have 7 expert speakers from a range of countries and sectors. And we're going to start with our key speaker, who's going to provide an overview of the state of play in the region and give some pointers as to how the green energy transition can be accelerated. Dr. Monika Figai is a climate and just transition expert at the Energy Community Secretariat in Vienna, Austria. Monika, please take the stand. Monika's got a PowerPoint presentation that should be ready to go.
Thanks, Joanne. And I'll take on, I think, your challenge of trying to be fast and to the point. So actually, taking into account the time we have, I'm going to speed up a bit and really focus on the main message for you. So for those of you who don't know the Energy Community, it's an international organization that has the primary focus of having the EU and its EU neighborhood of 9 countries, we call them contracting parties, build an integrated common energy market. So this is what we do primarily. And when we talk about promoting clean energy in the Western Balkans, specifically, I think one message that I would like you to have, that currently we're at a crossroad. On one hand, there's a lot of climate ambition in the region. There's a lot of decarbonization going on that actually has sped up in the recent years. On this slide, I have just highlighted a few of the most recent developments when it comes to climate pledges and ambitions. We started in 2020 with the Green Agenda that pledged the 2050 climate neutrality goal, a collective one. It also had wording on moving away from coal subsidies. And building on that, a year later, we had the Energy Community Decarbonization Roadmap, which basically set a series of steps to change the energy mix. And the year after, so you can see we've been keeping the speed, we have the 2030 climate and energy targets for the energy community, which includes a greenhouse gas emission reduction target and also a renewable energy target and energy efficiency one. As one of the measures that was outlined to achieve these targets was actually the issue of carbon pricing. There were already some hints on CBAM. This is a related topic that accelerates also the energy transition. So on the one hand, we have all this climate ambition coming in. But on the other hand, we have the status quo of a very difficult baseline with very old infrastructure. As already Joanne said, the coal is king in the region. We'll see who's the queen in the next slides. However, the infrastructure is also very old. When I looked at the data from last year, the average age of coal power plants in the Western Balkans is 46 years old. They will not go for another 46 years. So change is coming. The issue is how to plan and manage it. And if we zoom in at the electricity mix of the region, yes, coal is absolutely king, but there's a lot of diversity. You can see the fossil fuels are in red, renewables are in green. Albania, no fossil fuels in the electricity mix. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a more or less equal split. Kosovo, 90% of electricity runs on coal. So these are really, really diverse, quite specific examples. Montenegro, renewables already over 62%. North Macedonia, more fossil fuel reliant, same as Serbia. Now, okay, what do we talk about renewables? What is the green color? And when we zoom into renewables, we see actually the queen is hydropower. That's the most dominant fuel source. You can see it up there in blue. Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Albania have a particularly large hydropower capacity. But then we look at wind. Wind here is in green, is the secondary source of renewable energy. And it's more or less equally developed across all contracting parties, except maybe Serbia having the largest capacity, and on the other hand, Albania basically not having it at all. Then you have solar in yellow. Again, a very small part of the renewable energy portfolio. And I can see from the chart that North Macedonia has the highest solar capacity compared to other contracting parties, and this is an investment opportunity. This is something that can still be built up. Now, other renewable energy sources, well, they're not basically existent. When we talk about biogas, it is here in orange, no, in gray, and biomass in orange. They're basically close to zero. Maybe in Serbia, there is some visible biogas capacity, but it's something that doesn't really strike you looking at the graph. So the question is why? Why is the situation as it is? So what are the barriers? I grouped them into three categories: the regulatory and legislative issues. Now, first of all, the time-consuming and bureaucratic nature of project approval, especially grid connection, is one of the key elements that hampers the rollout of renewables, but it's not the only one. The second one is incomplete legislative frameworks. Like many countries have partly or adopted or completely missing regulations on balancing responsibilities and grid costs, which leads to, of course, more money being needed and higher operational costs for renewable energy developers. Last but not least from that part, policy uncertainty. Often there's a lack of a long-term vision for renewables. And one thing that investors hate is unpredictability. You need a solid framework in order to attract this investment. And although there has been some progress, and we had some renewable energy auctions in Albania, Kosovo, and Serbia, they were successfully conducted for wind and solar, and we even have Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro having these auctions in the pipeline. Still, there is this lack of long-term vision. And then we move to the second block, financial barriers, fossil fuel subsidies, especially they're high in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And limited access to capital, high interest rates, the absence of microfinancing options, because we should also remember the smaller players, not only the big institutions, but actually there's a potential for development of renewables on smaller scale, and there are not many financial instruments available to them. Also the front-up cost of renewable technologies. Many technologies are also imported, which is something that further inflates these costs. And this is compounded by the fact that electricity prices in the region are low, which makes the return of an investment take much longer time. When it comes to the infrastructure and technical challenges, the outdated grid infrastructure, I think that requires no further explanation, but the current grid cannot handle the variability and intermittency of renewable energy sources. And the last but not least, lack of people, not people only to maintain and implement renewable energy, but actually to design. So from the whole A to Z of human resources needed to ensure this deployment. So what do we do about it? There are a few ideas that I jotted down at the end to stimulate maybe some discussion. Again, I grouped them into three. Make life easier for renewables. Simplify the permitting system, make a one-stop shop for renewable energy approval, not having to go to various places for various licenses. Try to mainstream it. Also, e-permitting. We can do a lot of stuff electronically. This should be one of them. Shortening of period of giving permissions. Time is money, so the shorter the period, the better. The second pillar, yes, subsidies. This is something that in the end we will have to face. We need to have a vision which also includes the other side. So moving away from fossil fuels, putting out a clear date for fossil fuel phase out, and phasing out the whole mechanism that is supporting the production of fossil fuels, especially coal energy mix. Last one, again, money, financing schemes. There is a lot more financing available for the big guys, but let's take a look at the medium and smaller size players for renewable energy increase their knowledge, increase their capacity, but also provide them better financial instruments. Lower interest rates, more flexible repayment. There are a lot of instruments that can be tailor-made to ensure the renewable energy development at a local level. So with this turbo speed presentation, I hope was under 10 minutes. Some of these questions, if not answered here, I welcome all of you to our Renewable Energy Forum in Ljubljana, actually on, I think, next month, 27th, 28th of November. So that is it from my side, John.
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot, Monica. Yeah, really great, under 10 minutes. And yeah, I think Monica's presentation has set up the discussion very nicely, the first part of which we're going to focus on some of these challenges and barriers, but we're not going to neglect some of the good things that are already happening either in the region. The second part, we're going to home in on possible the solutions that may be at hand and take up some of, pursue some of these suggestions from Monica about the way forward. Monica's got a plane to catch at 3, so she's staying in the room as long as she can, but we'll have to leave at some point. So I'm going to introduce the panelists as I ask them to speak rather than all in one go. And so, yes, we're going to focus now on some of the challenges and barriers, and we've got people here from different countries, from different sectors, so I'm sure it's going to be very interesting. So let's start with Magdalena Soljakova, who is Senior Country Officer for Croatia, Slovenia, and North Macedonia at the International Finance Corporation, part of the World Bank Group. Magdalena was part of the team that worked on the World Bank Group's climate change and development report. Some of you may have seen that, read that for the Western Balkans that came out during the summer. And which discusses some of the adaptation and mitigation challenges facing countries in this region, and also discusses several strategies for overcoming them. So maybe you can share some more ideas from that report.
Sure, thanks. Thanks a lot, and great to see everybody here. So basically, as John mentioned, we just completed what we call a country climate development report for the Western Balkans, which actually is a very comprehensive view at all of the climate change challenges facing the countries. In this case, it was done for 6 countries of the Western Balkans with a special focus on actually the interconnectivity between these countries. And actually what we found was that a lot of the issues facing the countries are individual to some of them, but also very much related. And you can actually go through the report and you can see what are some of the similarities and differences. So I'd really like to focus a little bit more on the similarities. So what are the challenges, I would say, facing the whole region as a given? And I think we heard from the keynote speaker that the energy mix in all of these countries is somehow different. In some countries a little bit more similar, but also I think the geographies and some of the vulnerabilities, climate vulnerabilities are not the same. However, I think the number one challenge, and I think that was mentioned also by the keynote speaker, is that the infrastructure in all of the countries is really obsolete, very old, and very inefficient. So this is a trend, and there is a lot of investment needed in it, but I think the bigger issue is the money. So we estimate that in order to get zero emissions by 2050, the investments would be in the vicinity of 89 billion euros. So that's a huge amount, and a lot of the infrastructure, which is in government hands, it's very difficult to actually finance that through public funds. So that's going to be definitely one of the biggest challenges which is going to be facing all of the governments in the Western Balkans. The second issue, it's cheaper, but still more difficult, I would say, is the regulatory issue, because we do know that legislations are being put in place. We've seen that, but the implementation of the same legislation is actually quite different. It's not only different, but it's actually, we actually see a lot of inequality in terms of how it's being implemented, but also the regulatory permitting process is very, very slow, and we know that a lot of these renewable energy producers actually are facing quite a bit of issues. The third aspect, I think, is the capacity of generally the people who work in the energy sector in these countries to implement a lot of these new technologies, green technologies. So that's a big impediment to furthering and developing further a greener energy mix, I would say, in these countries. Another big issue which we actually noticed with the energy efficiency. So I think this region is probably one of the most energy intensive region in Europe, but even further. And we could actually see, and that coupled with a lot of the climate vulnerabilities really creates a lot of pressure on actually being able to greenify the energy mix. So for example, we could actually, we estimate that if we, for example, reduce the sector, the heating or the insulation, sorry, for the buildings, which are one of the biggest, I would say, energy inefficient aspects of all of our countries, we could actually reduce the need for sectoral heating for about 30% by 2050. So that would be decrease, that would decrease substantially the level of pressure on the energy consumption for these countries. As I mentioned, vulnerabilities, climate vulnerabilities, I think we see that in some countries or in this region, very susceptible to floods, very susceptible to heat waves. We've seen that, I think, past year. Nobody can actually challenge that anymore, and very susceptible to droughts. So for example, in 2022, the Montenegrin hydro sector lost about 100 million euros just because of the droughts. So when you mix that with the level of energy efficiency or the high level of energy inefficiency, I would say, in these countries, this really puts extra pressure on the countries. And last but not least, we have to mention the social aspects. I think we heard quite a bit of that previous session. So basically, this transition needs to happen, but it has to be just. So a lot of jobs will potentially be lost down the line. So there needs to be really frameworks or how to attune or how to actually help these people who will be left without jobs, whether it's retraining, building different capacities, and creating new industries where they can be employed. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Magdalena. So, yeah, we can see a few clear themes developing already from the speakers in terms of the, the barriers and challenges that, the infrastructure problem outmoded. A lot of money needs to go into developing, the grids and so on. Never mind transport infrastructure as well, and that's very expensive. Where is that financing going to come from? Who's going to pay for this? Legal, administrative, regulatory problems. Nobody's talked about, whether there's any kind of political resistance to this, or whether there is a real political commitment, on the part of the countries. I'm sure people can pick up on that as well. But let me turn next to Pavle Milikic, principal banker in the Energy EMEA team at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, based in Belgrade. I'm sure you can tell us a bit more about the situation in Serbia, but I know you're covering the wider region as well. So, what are the issues that you've encountered regarding projects, financing, and so on?
Thanks, John. Maybe just 30 seconds on EBRD. We're a development bank. We work in Eastern Europe, from Poland to Mongolia, North Africa. We invest about 12 billion a year. In the Balkans, we invest about $1 billion a year. So I focus exclusively on energy. I've led our projects in Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, and Serbia. I have to thank the keynote speaker and the other speakers because they've covered sort of half of what I was hoping to say. So it's going to be a very brief presentation. But just thinking at the challenges, I would split it up maybe into 3 big buckets. And I would say we have a political will issue, a political economy cause for that issue, and then we have the financing aspect to it. So maybe just starting at the very top level on political will, I think there does need to be this national strategy, the NECPs, the NDCs that set a strategy. Now, why is that important? I mean, if Serbia comes out saying we want to do 8 gigawatts of renewables or 2 gigawatts, it does have an impact even if you're a private investor or a public investor, because these strategies trickle down. The NDC sets a sort of national goal, that then becomes translated into a national strategy, that becomes part of the company strategy, that is then looked at by the TSO when they decide where do we invest in the grid, which is what impacts private investors. So coming out with these big picture strategies, even if it's completely irrelevant, is it 8 or 15 gigawatts, drives a lot of things in the background that is key for both the public and the private sector. As noted, I mean, the capex in the Balkans is obsolete. Most of the existing thermal plants, they were built by our grandfathers effectively. It's just a matter of time until they're closed. They cannot keep running forever. But that is also one of the key issues with the strategies. In order to come out with an ambitious strategy and say we want to have X gigawatts of renewables, you also need to say, and that means we're going to start closing something. And I think that's a big aspect of it, is what do you close and when? When we look at the political economy aspect, I mean, it's been touched upon, but these are sort of the key issues that are holding up this big political will question. I mean, just transition has been managed. There will be an impact. Now, you can argue and say, look, what is the impact if these assets are 40 years old, if they cannot keep running forever, if the average age of the people working in these assets is 60 years, 60 plus? It doesn't matter. There's still a huge cost to politicians to come out and say, okay, we will be closing something and this will be the first one. And that does prevent the formation of a lot of these national strategies and input on these goals. I think on the political economy side, you also have big questions of the overall structure of the economy. I mean, we are looking at countries that are very used to having one national champion, one vertically integrated company that meets 99% of supply. And I think there are implications coming up in this green transition that are going to affect all of that. I mean, you cannot say we need to be 100% green, we need to see private investment in renewables without accounting for the fact that that automatically means that your national champion will no longer be 99% of supply. It will go down to 95, to 90, to 85. And I think that regulators and government officials are not fully on board or comfortable with that. But that is an implication of green transition, especially if you're hoping that the private sector will be providing the capital, which will be financing these new assets. Let me just see. I think that moving to these sort of financial aspects, I completely agree with everything that was shown up on the slides. Permitting, it's an issue. I would disagree on the ease of permitting. I think one of the bigger picture issues we see across the Balkans is that permitting is almost too easy in some aspects, or permitting does not have a real cost associated to it. And that's created a lot of perverse financial incentives in some of these systems, where it doesn't cost anything to apply for a permit. The TSO is typically, under its national rules, required to issue you a grid connection if you apply for it, which means that you have gigawatts of phantom projects that are effectively blocking the system. If there was a real cost to a permit, if you had to pay, 10,000 euros a year, it would actually help clear up the system, and it would spread, it would split the serious investors who can take projects forward from what I would say more speculative investors. Because at the moment there is a lot of gridlock. You might have a very good project, but you're waiting, 10 years to connect to a substation that already has 3 applications that, to be honest, are never going to be committed, consummated, carried out, whatever. The other thing that I didn't see on the slides is the question of offtake. Because at least from where I sit, we have funding. I mean, if you come to us, we're happy to take forward your project. We're happy to provide financing for renewable energy projects. Developers, they have good wind and solar resource. They've managed to mitigate the environmental issues. They found good sites. All of the pieces are there. But in the Balkans, it's incredibly hard to find long-term PPAs. Yes, you can find a 1-year, a 2-year, a 3-year agreement, but that's simply not enough for a lender looking at a utility scale project to offer a 15-year loan, which is typically what you need if you're going to be looking at 70% leverage. So I think that's one of the big issues out there that hasn't been discussed. I think that's also something that is endemic for the Balkans as a whole. And here I think it's also a question of distance. If you look at more Central European markets, even if you look at Croatia, it is more interconnected with the EU electricity market. There's greater correlation in Croatia, Cropex, Hupex. You can have traders offering these 15-year offtake PPAs, and that's not something you see in Bosnia, Serbia, etc. if it was, I mean, we'd be taking forward 10 times as many projects. But that is one of the challenges. I'm just looking ahead. I think maybe wrapping it up, I mean, I think these issues are basically across all of the markets. One of the things that was also came out on the slides, I mean, the degree of intermittent renewables in each of these countries is very small. So yes, some markets have 40% hydro, that's renewable, but it's not intermittent renewable. And a lot of the conservatism that's taking place at the TSO level is really for wind and solar, where you need to learn how to balance it. And for a lot of these countries, it's a chicken and an egg question, where if you haven't had intermittent renewables before, it's not something you're very keen to have on your grid because it's very difficult to manage. You need to have them on the grid in order to learn how to manage them, in order to integrate more. But you know, what's going to come first is a question. So we're seeing that start to snowball. I mean, thankfully, all of these countries have started building some assets, but I think it's definitely a two-way street for learning. And lastly, maybe I skipped that on the political will. Long-term planning for investors. I mean, we completely agree with that. Having a one-off auction or a feed-in tariff that's only for 1 year is not enough. If you want to have foreign investors interested in your country, to actually put in the legwork, to put in the time and money required to analyze effectively small markets, regulations and regulatory environments, you need to have a multi-year plan. So, you know, Serbia came out last year with its first CFD auction, which EBRD provided donor funds to advise on. One of the things that we really pushed for was to make it a 3-year commitment and say, look, this is not just a one-off CFD auction. This is happening this year. This will be the capacity next year, and this is what will happen in 2 years' time. And we can already see that, you know, investors are actually interested in Serbia. They're looking to buy projects, knowing that even if they miss one auction round, maybe in 2 years there'll be something else. So that long-term planning or signaling is absolutely critical for the private sector.
Okay, thank you, Pavle, and thank you for not repeating and for focusing on some new issues there. So next up we have Konstantinos Mastroyiannopoulos, who is Senior Loan Officer and Country Manager for Serbia at the European Investment Bank. Konstantinos, are you coming up against the same issues and problems? What have you encountered as financiers in Serbia and elsewhere in the region?
Thank you, and also thank you for this invitation. It's a pleasure being part of this panel, and the topic is very much relevant not only for the Western Balkan region, but for the Europe as a whole. A few things also on my side on European Investment Bank. I mean, European Investment Bank is the EU bank, now the EU Climate Bank, owned by the member states, and the bank is providing approximately 80 billion per year, having projects all over the world, focused on the EU, but also around 12% of our activity is also outside EU, and the pre-accession region is one of them. Now, I think I will face even more difficult situation than Pavle, because to a large extent the challenges that have been mentioned are challenges that we also see. Just to say that perhaps that, you know, going one step back, and it was also mentioned by other colleagues, that, you know, in 2022 the Western Balkan countries committed to an EU green agenda, which is, let's say, a key document to foster the green transition, and it implies alignment with the Paris Agreement, and it also implies stricter climate policy, decarbonization plans, and reforming of sectors, energy and transport. And this commitment was also reconfirmed last week at the Berlin Process Summit, where the Western Balkan leaders basically acknowledged this need for green transformation in the context of the EU accession process as well. Now, the green transition is obviously an opportunity and a challenge. It is a challenge because it requires substantial investment, policy reforms, social adjustments, but on the other hand, it has clear benefits, improved public health, energy security, alignment with EU climate goals. Now, The challenge is, I mean, as a bank, through the projects that we finance, we have seen that the main challenges are basically coal dependence. It was mentioned. There are different dependence on the countries, from Albania to Kosovo with more than 90%. So the shift from coal is, it will be difficult. And it's not only technically challenging, but also politically sensitive, because it requires, it will have employment and economic costs. And the countries need to factor that in, and implementing strategies having that in mind. Secondly, regulatory framework. We see that there's a lack of consistent, concise, reliable regulatory frameworks. In some countries, we see that the frameworks are already under development. In others, we see frequent policy changes. And this is an issue for investors, because it is difficult for them to assess risks. It's difficult for them to make medium to long-term planning. Thirdly, financial and economic challenges. Most of the countries have experienced financial difficulties. They have limited resources for investments, for substantial investments for the green transition. And here I will also add another aspect when it comes to economic related matters, and this is related also to the subsidies that the governments have provided, and which has led to substantial low energy costs, making effort to shift away from coal even more difficult. Fourth is the energy infrastructure. Transmission, distribution grid is ill-equipped in the region to handle the increased input of renewable energy. And this kind of interconnection channels are limited and do not help having a resilient and unified energy market. Fifth is the region of the Western Balkans is geographically small, and it is very much fragmented. And we see that this lack of interconnection limits the possibilities of having energy flowing freely, of being able to make most of the market efficiency, to create a market that can be market efficient, basically. Six is the skills of the people, particularly public authorities. They lack the necessary skills to not only to set up policies, but also to implement projects. And public administration is facing this challenge, this transformation challenge. And last but not least is the acceptance and awareness, both from governments and the people. There is limited foresight when it comes to setting policies, when it comes to implementing projects. And this is also, and we see that also on the measures and on the lessons learned that are not used efficiently when devising new policies, when implementing new projects. But also from the people side, I think they lack of information as well. Perhaps they're struggling to understand the benefits of this transformation, or even the risks for not having this transformation. And this situation is further exacerbated by the lack of trust in the institutions, and this is not necessarily linked only to the energy sector. So in a nutshell, these are the challenges that we have seen in the project that we finance, and we believe that there is a lot of, there is room for improvement if we really want to make this green transition a success in the region.
Thank you, Konstantinos. So we've got two speakers from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm going to take you both together, and then we'll finish with our representative from Siemens for this first round of interventions. So next maybe Mera Juspasic, Regional Director, Southeast Europe at Finance in Motion, the Green for Growth Fund. Welcome, Meira. It's great to have you on the panel and to hear from you a little bit more about the situation in your country, the specific issues that you're confronting. And yeah, if I could ask so that we can speed up towards the solutions, that if you can try not to just repeat some of the things that have been done, but it's, really want to hear more about what's happening in your country and your sector.
Thanks for the question. Actually, I would ask you to allow me to leave this part of the question, what is happening in Bosnia and how Bosnia is dealing with the green transition, to Damir. I think Damir is very well positioned to answer that question, because for the sake of time and for the efficiency, basically I was sitting here and thinking, what is it that I can say in order not to repeat what other people said and not to bore the audience. And I do dare to say that we here are today part of the solution. Yes, we know what the issue is. Yes, we know it's a huge coal dependency. Yes, we know in Western Balkans we do have energy poverty. We know that there's a lack of political will and that it's very, very difficult to implement all necessary steps that are needed to have proper energy transition in Western Balkans. But still, progress has been made, and I really want to be more on the positive side, and I think all this progress needs to be highlighted. When Green for Growth Fund started working in Western Balkans, actually Western Balkans was the first region that Green for Growth Fund invested, and it was actually a renewable energy project. It was really at the very low level when it comes to public awareness, when it comes to willingness. But after 15 years of intensive work, we can happily say that we reached out to 40,000 of beneficiaries of green lending, of green products. And we did finance a variety of projects, starting from big wind parks over increasing energy efficiency in small enterprises or corporates, down to households, basically supporting insulating the houses to provide for lower energy bills and improving living standards. And this is also one of the points that Monica highlighted, that there is a lack of micro solutions also, micro green solutions, if I can call them that way. So yeah, I think what the region definitely needs mainstreaming renewables, and it needs to have this conducive regulatory framework that is aligned with European regulations in order to have investors in the country, to have investors in the region to support renewable projects. And I think Pavle mentioned it's very important also to discuss offtake. What is about offtakes and what is it that we can do in that regard? On that one, I would like to say, or I would like to highlight our recent experience and highlight that also funders or investors need to be more creative. Yes, political will is needed. Yes, we need to have PPAs. Yes, we need to have secure investments. But again, the investors need to provide for its own creativity. We recently won the award for one of the solar, it was a 50 megawatt solar plant in Albania. For innovation, actually, innovative financing structure. And there we provided funding without actually PPA. We did base our decision based on the bridge to PPA. So yes, we did quite a bit of modeling, yes, and this decision took some time. But again, we didn't want to stop investment just to wait for more security. In this regard. There is another example, I think, what I would like to mention, what we did in the region is investing in equity in one of the wind power parks in North Macedonia. It's called Bogoslovec. It was a 36 megawatt power plant, and that investment in equity actually unleashed the funding from the commercial banks. So with the small equity investment of Green for Growth Fund, the project was de-risked, and then there was another 40 million of the senior credit lines provided by the commercial banks. So yeah, I think we can do a lot, and we can definitely support green transition of the Western Balkan region. And then for Bosnia, I think I would then ask Damir to comment.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, so it's good, and I did want people to talk about the positive developments in the region as well, not to ignore those and just focus on all the problems. So it's great to get that started, and we'll carry on with it. But yeah, let's hear next from Damir Miljevic, is a member of the managing board at the Sustainable Energy Transition Center in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do you share the views of the previous panelists about the main challenges and obstacles, Damir?
First of all, thank you for having me, and I will use this opportunity to be, let's say, very negative at the first part of the panel and very positive on the second part of the panel. And I will be very short, because it's not so much people here sitting. When we are talking about obstacles, I will talk for all Western Balkan, because I spent the last 5 years researching what's going on the Western Balkan regarding the energy transition. We have three main obstacles. One is the government policies, second is public utility companies, and the third one is, I will be very polite, non-efficient international policies. Money is not obstacle. There is enough money available for the region, and there is money in the region. I will give you just one figure. 35 billion of euros is sitting in the banks, possessed by citizens. I'm not talking about businesses, just citizens. Could you imagine what could be done if we could take just 10% of that money which is lying there and use for the energy transition? But nobody is talking about debt models, because debt models are not loans, which is the most preferable way of helping energy transition on the Western Balkan. And I think that these three are the main obstacles. And as a result of that, we had what we had at the beginning in presentation, that nothing works. You saw. Nothing there, you have to be improved there, you have to be improved there. Everything have to be improved. Poor Western Balkan. But at the end of the story, as a result of these three main obstacles, which is nobody wants to talk about, we have result that we have a fake and chaotic energy transition and decarbonization on the Western Balkan. Why fake? Everybody is talking about that they are going in energy transition. They produce excellent plans, national energy and climate plans, everybody talking and so on. But at the end of the story, what you have these days is commissioning of the new coal thermal power plant Kostolac B in Serbia. These days, new government in North Macedonia said yes. Previous government said that we will coal phase out in year 2034, but unfortunately we have to use the coal up to the year 2050. That's the Deputy Prime Minister of the government of Macedonia said a few days ago. Then you have situation that At least 5 thermal power plant units in Western Balkan have to be closed in previous 4 years under the opt-out mechanism of large combustion engine, blah, 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 directive. What happens? All that capacities are still working. Governments even change laws that could allow that thermal power plants could continue to work. We are talking about the thermal power plant Pljevlja in Montenegro, we are talking about Moravica in Serbia, and we are talking about 3 blocks of the thermal power plants Kakanj and Tuzla in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And that's the reason why it's fake. Everybody is pretending that they are going in the energy transition, that they will shut down the coal, that they will put the renewable energy allow that, but nobody is really doing that except domestic and private investors, which is a second obstacle. Why that's chaotic? The chaotic is that we have situation that we have a, how to say that, big battle for the best renewable energy resources on Western Balkan from all kinds of investors. As I could remember, the main goal of decarbonization is not production from the renewable energy. The main goal of decarbonization is decarbonization of domestic consumption, not production, consumption. Why is that important? That's important because now we have investors which are using the best places for the wind, which are occupying the networks and exporting energy. When we will come on agenda, when we will decarbonize our production, and everybody said that's okay. And that's the reason why it's chaotic, because everybody pretend that they are trying to decarbonize their own consumption, but in the meantime, we have totally, let's say, market approach. Let's get what you could get, and you sell that energy where is the best price, which I'm not so much against that, but it have to be with measure. You know, one measure for that and one measure for that. I will stop now.
Great, thanks for that intervention to stir up the discussion a bit. That's good. And so we're going to, I'm sure everybody might want to respond to that in the next part of the discussion. But before that, it's great to have somebody here from also private sector to tell us about what Siemens is doing. And there's a change of personnel. So this is from Siemens. So it's Mislav Kovačec.
Good enough.
From Siemens, and Mislav is an expert in tank terminals, energy storage, LNG, refineries at Siemens Energy in Croatia. So I'm sure you're going to tell us about what Siemens is doing in terms of products and technologies and investments, and the main challenges as you see them with regard to infrastructure and any other challenges. So welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Daur couldn't attend today due to personal reasons, so I'm here instead of him. I'm working in his team. We have the birthdays on the same day, so that makes me a suitable substitute. Anyhow, I'm from oil and gas industry, which is often hated. So let me tell you just briefly the perspective of what's going on. So our industry faces a variety of challenges that impact its operations, profitability, sustainability targets, and there are many factors that need to be accounted for. Economic factors, so it's a really capital-intensive industry with huge upfront investments. You have geopolitical factors that are going on with supply chain disruptions, with sanctions on trades that affect the flow of the oil and gas. So our industry is shaped by the combination of market dynamics, technological advancements, and other policy measures that aim to achieve sustainability targets and at the same time to ensure energy security. That's why, from our perspective, the future outlook on the sustainability is the LNG, which we see playing a crucial role because it's reliable and it's clean. You have less CO2 emissions per the unit of energy produced, and you have, when burned, you have less NOx's and SO2s. You generate power with it, you use it for heating, for refining, for chemical production, it's used everywhere. It gives you the possibility to diversify the natural gas supply, especially within this region where maybe you don't have the pipeline transport available. And that's why we in Croatia, we've built a FSRU facility, LNG facility, with the aim to become a key player, a significant player in the market, and trying to be a key energy hub in the region, facilitating the flow of LNG towards Central and Southeastern Europe. On the challenges side of the whole thing that's currently been happening is like the key thing is to ensure that the power system and grid remains stable and resilient to introducing a large quantity of solar and wind and renewables into the system. That's the key thing to do. And if we want to achieve this kind of a resiliency, there are a couple of things that we can do. We can ensure the flexible on-demand ramp up of other power production, such as hydro pump storage, batteries. We can have a dispatchable capacity where we contractually guarantee that we would have power produced from coal and gas power plants. We can overbuild the overall capacity in order to ensure that in times of unfavorable weather, we would have enough power generated from solar and wind. But all of that comes with negative externalities. So often wind and solar require large land and areas where you can then basically disrupt the habitat, maybe even kill the wildlife. It's somewhat unfair that you completely, let's say, neglect the emissions coming from the production of the polysilicon, for example, in China. They're using cheap coal to produce this is the most energy intensive process to produce the raw material for the solar panels. And then on the other side say that there are no emissions when you are generating the energy. What about the recycling, the waste disposal of wind turbine blades, solar panels? So there are a lot of things to take into account before just saying that it's just easy to go and use renewables and neglect everything else. And on the topic of coal power plants, if you're offsetting coal production, power production from coal plants by introduction of the renewables, you are doing two negative things. You could be reducing the capacity factor of the coal plant because coal plant is designed to operate near full capacity. And you are decreasing the capacity factor, so the ratio between actual and potential output, but not utilizing the coal plant frequent. And coal plant is not designed to be used, let's say, to often do the start and stop of the whole process, because increased cycling leads to wear and tear, increased maintenance costs, operational costs. And especially if you're ramping it down and up and down quite often, what happens is that you get suboptimal combustion conditions, which then lead to even higher emissions per unit of energy produced. So what you get in the end is that you are offsetting all the benefits that you think you had when you introduced the renewables and their variability in power production in the first place. So yeah, there are a lot of challenges that need to be taken into account, and a combination maybe of flexible demands of energy storage and favorable supporting policy measures could be the answer. That's it in short. I can leave the Siemens part for the later question.
Okay, great. So we're going to focus now on some of the possible solutions to some of the problems we've been discussing, but some quite big questions have been thrown up now in the discussion. So we have, Damir's point that actually what we have going on here is a kind of fake transition, energy transition, at least on the part of those, I guess, in political power in the region, that there is a kind of charade, of a charade of commitments being made, national energy and climate plans being adopted, belatedly, very belatedly in some places, and actually at the same time we have new coal mines opening, new coal-fired plants opening, and things that are happening in reality that are at variance with commitments being made. So is it all a fake, or actually is there something in between, the fake and, a real genuine commitment to change? The other question that has come up is, who actually is going to do this? And I guess, again, Damir pointed at a very important truth here that which applies, not only in this area of the green transition, but in the kind of overall transition that this region has been in now already for more than 30 years, is, how will change happen? Is it something that is going to come from within the region? Or is it something that's going to be driven, from outside through oversight of external organizations, or in partnership, with ownership being taken? So that's a kind of perennial question, of who is going to do this. And, even going deeper, I guess, Pavle, you hinted at this as well. Is it going to be something that is pushed by governments, or who is going to do this? Is it the industries, the utilities themselves, or what role for the private sector, what role for citizens in all this? And then I guess this last question, what role for gas as and LNG and gas as a transition energy source? So lots of questions thrown up, and I'd like to hear anybody's reactions to some of this, but also now if we can all just focus in our, final, we've got 25 minutes, and that will be the end of the session. So just to focus on what you think are the priorities and, potential solutions here. So I guess I'm going to go in reverse order, actually. So Damir, you were very, very critical, but you also said you were very positive about the potential for change, I think, as well. So maybe if you can focus now on what you see ought to be done, should be done.
First of all, if you could agree with the obstacles, then the first thing you could do is to stop doing what you are doing, if nothing else, okay? What I'm talking about, we have situation, for example, where our public utility companies are receiving grants from EU taxpayers as reward for what? Let's be specific. For the winter park for Elektroprivreda of Serbia, they received, I think, 20 million donation from some fund, EU money, it doesn't matter. Bosnia and Herzegovina also, Elektroprivreda Bosnia and Herzegovina received a loan and a 20 million or 30 million euros grant. You are giving grants to the public utility companies which are using coal or heavily dependent of the coal. Elektroprivreda Bosnia and Herzegovina is 80% of the production is from coal. Elektroprivreda Serbia, almost 60%. There is no any conditioning for that. And I could say at the end of the story that you are supporting the use of coal with EU grants. Especially, you are giving grants for the projects which are completely market feasible and profitable. That means one of the things which have to be done is to stop with that kind of the policy, which is coming from the international financial organizations, funds and EU, because that's easier way, you know. You use 50 million, put there, and okay. That's the first thing which could be done. If you want to change government policies and utility policies on Western Balkan, then you have to start from the bottom. Internationals could not do almost anything there because internationals are trying for 15 years, are in battle with the governments and public companies, trying to convince them, to teach them, to train them, give them technical assistance, give them money, everything, and the result is, I could not say nothing, but almost nothing. That means the approach has to be changed. If you want to change the attitude of the government and the public utilities, somebody have to push them to change their attitude. The only one who could push them to change their attitudes are businesses and the citizens. That means bottom-up approach. And bottom-up approach means that somebody have to strongly support, call that citizen energy. That means prosumers, energy communities, when we are talking about citizens, and active buyers when we are talking about companies, because now we have a ridiculous situation that companies are going in decarbonization, mainly putting solar on their properties, and they are not allowed to give that energy to the system because the missing point is the status of the active buyer which will allow that. And we had recently, which is good example, with very hard push from the business community in Serbia, together with the financial organization, NGOs and so on, and now Serbia is changing a law, an active buyer will be allowed. That means companies could go at that. That means this is just, I'm giving example how bottom-up approach could be used as to change government and energy and utility companies' policies. And also what I think, what will be good,
very quickly,
is to insist.
Briefly, I mean.
To insist that all these countries, Western Balkan countries, if they need any money for energy transition, please let me know when you will close. This mine, I don't care. Maybe year 49. But give me the plan. Without the plan, this is ridiculous. In NSP of Serbia is year 49. What that means? All mines and all thermal power plants will be switched off in 1 year. You know, as technicians, you know that's impossible. Yeah? In Bosnia and Herzegovina, year 2050. Come on, we are joking. That means if somebody really want to push them, said if you need any money for energy transition, just give me a plan, not road maps. So just give me. That will be that will be that, and agree with that. Okay, that's from my side.
Great, thank you. Ms. Ive, I'll come back to you a bit later. Mayor, what about you? Anything more you want to say in terms of what you've heard from the other panelists and your thoughts about how we should, how the region can actually make genuine progress?
I do agree with Damir that we do have a chaotic decarbonization in Western Balkans, but fake, I don't know, I think we can debate that. Yes, I also said myself that there's a lack of political will. That's clear, and I know that the government in its wish to get as much funding as possible in the country do promise a lot which they cannot deliver. And I do also believe that the European Union can put the brakes on and can say clearly these are the 5 things we want to you in order for you to get more investments or to get more grants in order to transform your energy sector. But then again, what I was saying earlier, I do believe, and this is what I agree with you, Damir, private capital, businesses, stakeholders in the country can move the needle. They can really make a difference, and they can influence the government to move more quickly in the whole process. And that's why I also mentioned, again, I will repeat myself, but I find this very, very important milestone, at least in our work, this project Blue in Albania, where basically we did say, okay, great, wonderful, that there is no PPA, that's not really desirable, but still we can do investments, we can still push the boundaries, we can still do more in order to save on time and to act quickly on this transformation side. So I think in that regard, it is about public-private partnership for sure, but private money can move the needle in Western Balkans. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Magdalena?
So I think you asked the question, and the answer a little bit, who can do that? And based on our analysis, actually, if the conditions are right, so there are no obstacles, actually the private sector can cover about 85% of all of these investments needed in the Western Balkans. So I think that tells you quite a bit, right? But I think what we are seeing is, and I agree, there's a lot of money in the banks, but a lot of that money is not actually earmarked towards green projects. One of the reasons for that is because a lot of the financial institutions are actually not, they don't know how to place this money. They don't have the capacity internally to be able to assess a lot of this project. So there is a lot of need for this type of climate financing, whether it's through green, sustainable-linked loans, bonds, whatever. I mean, the market is really, really shallow in that aspect. So that's number one. The other thing is, I mean, there are various things such as subsidies, tax credits, right? I mean, things where you can actually push private companies to actually enhance and faster, their green transition towards energy. I mean, there is a lot of, they mentioned SMEs. Nobody's talking about the SMEs, right? But they're 90% of all of our economies are actually the SMEs. So how are they going to do this green transition? I mean, that's a big question. So one thing is awareness. The other thing is, we are seeing they're doing something on their own, but with zero incentives. They're putting rooftop solars with zero incentives, most of them, right? Because they're actually looking at their cost structure and saying, oh, this makes sense. And it's also energy security. So there are a lot of things which could be done, with the private enterprises, larger and smaller. I'm not worried about the big, companies which are going to come and build, the 200 megawatts, renewable energy, wind, solar, whatever. They're going to find the funding. It's more, the smaller businesses, right? How they're going to actually decarbonize. And one thing I think we are kind of missing is this cross-border cooperation between the countries. All of our countries are miniature, to put it in a nice manner. And, everybody is looking at their own market, but there are really a lot of opportunities lost between, trying to have that, kind of interconnectivity. We've actually, kind of done an assessment, and, on a yearly basis, it can, save about 2 billion in costs for, each country. It can create 4 gigawatts, of new renewable energy projects. So a lot of opportunity was there. So I'll stop there. You want to say something?
Mary, you want to add something?
Can I just
quickly?
compliment, and thanks a lot. I think what you said is the commercial banks are still not they still do not have capacities to support renewable growth in the market or this green transition. And I would really disagree with you on that one. And I think this is what Pavla and I were discussing also over lunch. And this is a great example of Serbia. When we started working in Serbia, of course, it was a feed-in tariff, and it was a very slow process, and commercial banks were really hands-off. And they said, okay, we want this project to be de-risked either by EBRD or by GGF, and then we follow. And I think in these recent auctions, when the Serbian government announced 1,000 megawatts of wind and 300 megawatts of solar, it was actually commercial banks that were leading
exactly, but that's for the large projects, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so for those projects, yeah, you'll find the commercial banks, but you try to go for the smaller ones, right? And different types. I mean, I'm talking about like decarbonization of energy. Yeah. Still a lot of hand-holding, right, to be done to the commercial banks. And if you look at their portfolio, only less than 10% is actually for climate financing. So there's a lot of room to improve. I agree. There are capacities, developed in these markets, but not in a sufficient manner within the financial institutions to be able to actually support these huge needs.
That's true, but then there is also a technical assistance fund, sorry, there's a lot of technical assistance that can, and I think there's nothing wrong of really providing commercial banks with technical assistance in order to do this, because they also need this support. This is a new knowledge, it's not something they can, buy from somewhere, it's a really new knowledge that is being jointly developed and gained. So I think it's very important that we do support also financial sector. We also work through financial sector locked. I agree with you that you say that there is a still small portion of energy efficiency products in the bank's portfolios, but that also is changing. I think it is yes, maybe slower, but I think it's a very good progress in comparison to what it was before. And I'll stop here. Sorry.
Thank you, Mislav. I'm going to bring you back in now. What makes you optimistic about this green transition in this region?
Yeah. Let me put it this way. So it isn't just the political incompetence maybe that has an effect on the whole thing. It's basically the fundamentals. So cheap and reliable energy are the basic for humanity well-being and prosperity. United Nations measures, they have the Human Development Index, they measure human prosperity and well-being in joules. It's the amount of energy you are able to consume and pay for that lifts you above the poverty line. And 80 gigajoules to 100 gigajoules per year per head is the amount of energy that's associated with human prosperity and well-being. That's why coal is being built. That's why cheap energy comes into the whole thing. The beauty, when you mention gas and how the gas can play a role here, so the beauty of oil and gas industry, like for example, when you have nuclear, the byproduct of nuclear is the nuclear waste that you need to handle. But the byproduct of the oil and gas industry, when you're extracting oil, you have gas, associated gas that comes out of the well, which you use for heating, for example. The good thing is that in Siemens we have industrial gas turbines that combust 99.999% of that gas with like really low emissions and with like the lowest of the low NOx and SO2s, which really affect the environment. So yeah, in short.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for keeping that brief. And Konstantinos, we're in our last 10 minutes, so just brief remarks.
No, I mean, before I comment on, let's say, ways to accelerate this green transition, just to touch upon one comment mentioned by Damir, particularly on the grant element. I think it's a bit tricky to put everything in the same basket, because I mean the green transition is not only about building renewables. Green transition is also cross-border connections, distribution networks, transmission networks, and all these projects can all be implemented by the public sector, and grants are really needed. And actually that is the spirit of the new growth plan, the 6 billion envelope growth plan of the Commission. But look, we don't support anymore renewable energy. We leave it to the market because basically there is room for such developments. But I think it's a bit tricky to put everything in the same bucket renewables, energy infrastructure to...
This was not a basket, it was examples.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about, the grant element when it comes to, when it's linked to the green transition in general. So, I mean, from the bank, from EIB point of view, as we said, we keep saying that we are more of a policy taker rather than a policy maker, which means that basically through our projects, we interact with our counterparts. We are not involved in this upstream dialogue on reforms and so on and so forth. So through our projects, basically, we can steer the client, we can steer promoters into, let's say, even closer to the EU directives, to the EU guidelines. So having that in mind, I think that what needs to be done when is take all the challenges and try to see what measures can be implemented. And when it comes to coal dependence, for example, apart from all the investments that are needed, cross-border connections, I think it's important to have in mind the regulatory framework, the introduction of these carbon pricing mechanisms that seem to disincentivize basically this increased use of fuel. When it comes to financing, which is the most relevant for us, I think that we have a pivotal role to play. We as a bank, as an IFI community, the bank is working on that direction. We are aligned to the economic investment plan. We align our activities with the growth plan, which is really focused on this twin green and digital agenda, trying to foster this regional cooperation and convergence towards EU. And there are many ways to do that. I mean, one can provide investment loans with favorable terms, which is what we usually do. This can be blended with grants from several resources. Western Balkan framework is one key tool that is being used, and it's now, I mean, its position is even further strengthened because all the funds now under the growth plan that are channeled through the WAF are also linked with reforms. And I think this is really a key novelty that will make a big difference in the years to come. But there are also, from a financing point of view, there are also other ways. I mean, there are also other mechanisms that can be deployed. I mean, there are green bonds, it was mentioned, public and private partnerships, guarantee schemes, and under this Western Balkan guarantee facility, it is envisioned that guarantees will be provided so that unlock capital for private investments in the said sector. And it was also mentioned large-scale, small-scale projects, which are also key. Obviously, I mean, SMEs is a majority of the economy in the region, and we need to help these small companies in contributing also their share on the green transition. I mean, we as a bank, we do that. It's difficult for us to approach directly this segment, so we try to do that through intermediate lending, through providing financing to commercial banks, and be it direct financing as a loans or guarantee facilities. So I stop here in the
Great,
interest of time.
thanks. Before I hand over to Pablo, I just wanted to ask if anybody's got a burning question that they would like to ask to the panel. If not, I'm just going to throw in the reminder, because it was already asked about how the region's going to deal with the CBAM, this carbon, the EU's new carbon pricing mechanism, and maybe you can say something about that. To put you on the spot. If not, don't worry.
Okay, I mean, actually, I just wanted to pick up a comment made by Mislav initially about the rationality of gas plants, and you don't do 20%, you do 80%. But we're sitting in a region where they prefer to run 10 coal plants at 15-20% capacity instead of 2 at 80%. I mean, and that's the context we live in. I mean, the economics and the rationality are not fully linked. So, picking up, I mean, what's been discussed before I get into the sort of the solutions. I think that, CapEx grants I'm not going to touch, but I think there is a need for technical assistance on the advisory side. And this is something that's quite relevant for all of the projects that we do. That human capital and expertise element is missing in a lot of these countries and a lot of these institutions. I mean, just to put it in context, this 50 megawatt solar plant in Bosnia doesn't have any CapEx elements, but we ended up using more than €1 million of donor funds for advisory on the feasibility study, the environmental, the technical, helping hire a technical advisory for the company to help them do some of the tender documentation. There's a huge amount of things that are required to structure a project outside of just the loan to finance the CapEx that are not available. And again, this is also in a region where you haven't had significant new CapEx in 30, 40 years. You don't have the staff in a lot of these institutions that have the capacity to assess large-scale CapEx, to do the tender documentation, to do the procurement, to actually implement it and have people on the ground that do it. I mean, one way to do that is via external advisors. With EPS, we've provided more than €1 million of donor funding for risk management, corporate governance advisory, and a decarbonization action plan, whose purpose is really to sit down with the company and its management and look over the next 15, 20 years, what type of assets will they need to invest in if they will meet, the nominal goals of the NECP and the green, green plan for the Western Balkans. That's something that's not available in-house, and someone needs to pay for it. So I think there is quite a bit of scope for donor funds for, let's say, project preparation activities, even if it's not purely for CapEx. How to meet some of the challenges? I mean, I think, again, long-term signaling by countries helps. It's not the driver, but it definitely sets the enabling environment, for investments. If they're done by the state or by the private sector, it doesn't matter. I think market liberalization is key, not in terms of tariff policy, but more in terms of having an interconnected regional electricity market, having transparency on balancing costs, having transparency, on ancillary services and things like this. I mean, at the end of the day, these questions are what make it very hard for us to finance projects in the Balkans. We don't know what balancing costs are going to be in Serbia in 7 years' time. That's something you have better visibility on in Croatia. You don't have it in Bosnia at all, and you have a oligopolistic, I guess, model with 3 electro utilities functioning in separate markets. On the grid connection side, I think there's always additional investments on grids, on infrastructure, distribution, transmission, optimizing permitting to remove some of the, the empty permits in the system. Energy storage is absolutely required, and, not looking just at hydro, pump hydro, battery, energy storage systems, but even, looking at seasonal storage, thermal storage. We're in an interesting transition right now as well. I mean, before it used to be energy demand in the winter, not much in the summer. Now you have peaks in the summer and the winter, and you need to shift some of that longer term. It's not, intra-hour, intra-day, weekly storage. It's seasonal storage that's going to be required for months. And maybe a final sort of half point. I think transparency is key, and I think this is, with governments, with utilities, with policymakers. You need to be open and transparent on what the actual costs are. We don't have recommendations, shut this down, on this timeline, but, be open with your citizens, with your people. When you look at any sort of capital planning, what is the cost of operating a thermal plant at 20%? I mean, you can shut down nothing. That's totally fine. You can say that your national strategy is to operate up until 2049 with 100% of your portfolio of thermal assets. Okay, but that has an economic cost, and that cost is ultimately paid by the citizens of the country. It's an open question. Is it worth it? I mean, who's making that decision? Do they have those figures? I think that would also help drive a lot of things. CBAM, I forgot to mention, and maybe tying it to Damir's point, what's to be done, give me a date. Well, the date's already there, and it's the CBAM entry date, because that's going to make a lot of these energy utilities, economic models completely unviable. And there's going to be a cost for carbon, there's going to be a cost for electricity. A lot of countries are effectively cross-subsidizing by exporting cheap power. As soon as you add a real coal cost to that, you can no longer do that. And you need to invest in renewables. So it's not about making a public commitment, I want to do it for the sake of greenness or for meeting someone else's agenda. you're going to have a real cost, and the only way you can mitigate that is by accelerating the closure of coal-dependent assets and building new green capacity. So I think the writing is already on the wall, basically.
On that note, I think we have to finish, but if you want to add just one thing on the CBAM.
Actually, from IFC side, we're doing a couple of things. One of them is creating these industrial parks around the region exactly to tackle that issue, because there are only 2 industries right now affected, steel and aluminium, and these are actually hard to abate industry, which are, the hardest, right, to decarbonize. So I think that's one area, but also there are other ways, through certificates for renewable energy and so on and so forth. So there are solutions to that.
Okay, we have to leave it there. Thanks all of you for bearing with us for this final session, which I think you'll agree with me was very interesting and obviously threw up a lot of questions, not all the answers, but I think we heard some good answers here, and I think we certainly got a good dissection of some of the very difficult issues and challenges as well. So it's to be continued, obviously, in coming years, but it's probably one of the most important things, one of the most important discussions, confronting the region. So no doubt we'll return to it. So thanks all of you very much indeed.
What can I say? 1 year of hard work just ended. So from Monday, I started another cycle of 1 year hard work to organize another or next edition of Balkan Economic Forum. You guys are the real heroes. I see the warmth, I see the energy, I see the dedication, I see the ambition to change the things, to change the scenario, the environment in the Balkans. Thank you for being with us. I would like to express my most deepest and most sincere gratitude to Central European Initiative for their constant and permanent support and understanding to our humble initiative. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the sponsors and supporters who made, together with say this conference go live and to be implemented. I would like to say thank you to the co-organizers, to the knowledge supporters, to all of us here who are the real heroes and are real, I would say, Don Quixotes of the changes that we are trying to implement in the years to come. I can only promise, I'm happy that we created new friendships, new connections, new environment for joint understanding and cooperation. I really invite you to join us, to follow us, and hopefully in a month or so we will be able to announce the next year edition, the capital city of a Balkan state where the next edition of Balkan Economic Forum will take place. Thank you very much all. Have a nice flight or trip back to your countries, to your home cities. And I'm really grateful and happy that I have all of you in the roster of I would like to take the possibility of my friends and colleagues with whom we share the same vision that Balkan can be really, to become a decent place to live in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.